got a very difficult task. You're trying to defeat the defending Stanley Cup champions. And anytime you get distracted, that's gold for them. Okay. That's gold for them. So I think you could argue there's a good argument. He could have got suspended a game. He didn't. It wasn't that word egregious. Obviously, look at it quite closely. So park it, move on. And anyway, go from there and try to play how you did the first 40 minutes in game number 1 and how you didn't in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad you went there because I think that first period was maybe like I was shocked at how the Leafs played. It was probably one of the best periods I've seen them play all season long. And to come out with that push was inspiring. I think that they want to try to capture that again tonight. What did you feel like after watching that first period and seeing the Leafs just kind of take it to the Panthers?
Oh, bang on. It's like getting up in the morning and you start your day slowly generally, and then you get a morning, you wake up and a whole bunch of good crap happens in the first hour and you go, oh my God, I can't believe this. All this stuff is going great. And that kind of is a real life version about doing all those things right. And, they've carried on getting defensemen. I wish Morgan Rielly had shot the second time he had a chance. So glad he shot the first. But anyway, it was just great. Get a goal early. That effort, play that physical style game that Florida plays as well as anybody. Solid goaltending, 4 lines, you name it. I know special teams are something that didn't work in the Leafs' favor there. But that 40 minutes, if, Craig Berube, if you could have said, much like Edmonton last night, like Edmonton after they were down 2-0 to Vegas, played a perfect playoff game. And I thought for the Maple Leafs, Ailish and Justin, the first 40 minutes was exactly that.
If anything positive happens to me in the first hour of the day, I just take the rest of the day off. That's my approach.
And you've been coming to work every day for a long time. That's sad.
Well, I've taken shows off, so you can't completely correlate those two things.
There you go.
Anyway, Gord, your MVP of the playoffs so far for the Maple Leafs is who?
Wow, your MVP. Wow, it's good that you're considering a lot of them. So, okay, it's one that wouldn't get the votes because I look at what a number of the other ones have done, whether it's Nylander, Max Pacioretty, Anthony Stolarz. Willie, I think I said Nylander already, whatever, like all the usual suspects.
You say Willie twice, it might be Willie.
Yeah, well, Willie's going to get mentioned twice, but he's going to come second. Chris Tanev's style. Okay, that style. That's what they lacked. Justin, Ailish, this is a guy that him and his brother weren't drafted. They're both late December babies when everyone's trying to have your kid now January 1st now, right? Parents are over the top, whatever. So all those kinds of things that there was no pre-planning about this. He has every year gone about and said, I am going to be the best shutdown defenseman in the NHL. And like fine wine, he's done that. And there's been an element of that that's been contagious. And that's the part that I love. Quite often, it's not where the puck is. It's the other things. And because, it's still early, but nobody has jumped out. I mean, in fairness to me, like nobody, say like Tom Wilson had for Washington, nobody has jumped out to be the Conn Smythe Trophy winner for the Leafs right now. So that's who I would put. And I doubt he'd get the votes, but that would be, since you asked me, my vote right now.
I wasn't necessarily leading you, but I will follow up on William Nylander specifically. His growth, I don't know if this is peak William Nylander. Maybe he has more to grow into. But, there were trials and tribulations early in his career, and this looks like a guy who is more comfortable than, and that's not saying too much because the Maple Leafs have not been comfortable at times on the postseason stage, but they look more comfortable now. But he looks like this is nothing to him, that this is a breeze, that he is meant to thrive on this stage. Have you felt the same way watching him these playoffs?
I have so far, and again, I qualify so far because they got to get somewhere deeper than they have in the past. And, Justin, what I like is these guys, they sign new contracts with Toronto. They want to be here. They've all got different personalities, right? Mitch Marner's kind of serious. Morgan Rielly's been around here forever. John Tavares is the veteran's kind of serious. Austin Matthews has kind of a level of comfort. And, Mitch, man, he's just the coolest dude going. He just is kind of like the big personality, the low key, big personality there, a little bit flamboyant, all those kinds of things. And I think different personalities are important in the makeup of anywhere, whether it's at our radio station or where everybody's working out there. But the key thing is on the ice. And I agree with you. I think more and more, and later than the other guys, because he spent some time with the Toronto Marlies. He's really acclimated to that kind of role. And it was really a very, neat, smooth, powerful, yet, cool start. Everything he does is cool in last game for Willie Nylander.
Yeah, cool guy, Willie. Like his coming into the rink, he got locked out of the door. I saw that on our broadcast. And he oozes aura. That's what the kids are saying. He's got this aura. So you can take that one, Gord, and you can use aura. All right, there's a free word for you. I want to ask you about Austin Matthews though, because he's got his own aura, but he's only got 2 goals so far through 7 playoff games, and it's not for lack of trying. Like, I'm looking at his shot opportunities, and like, he's trying. It feels like not snake bitten, but maybe just not Austin Matthews yet. Like, I feel like he's really due to take over a game. Is that your perspective?
Yeah, I wonder if they've hidden a pass under the skate sharpening machine for Willie, like we do for our teenage kids, whatever, to get in the locker room in States. You never know, but I still maintain Austin Matthews hasn't been 100% forever. So I still I could be wrong. I'd be disappointed if I was wrong in that sense, because he's been a part of it, but he hasn't been the guy in the past, and a lot's been made of missing the empty net, which I get and don't get, but because the part is, okay, it can happen. It wasn't going to be an icing, but he's the guy that shoots it to like 2 inch by 2 inch. Like, he puts the puck better than anybody else, or as good as anybody else in the league, at the smallest possible point. So yes, as far as Austin Matthews goes, I've liked that he plays a full offensive, defensive games. There's a lot of other things that he's grown into, but you star players, you want to be your star players. And this particular playoff so far, he's been good, but he hasn't been your star player.
So Matthews hindered, but still reasonably productive. Tkachuk seemingly hindered and still reasonably productive. What do you make of Matthew Tkachuk's game? Of course, he missed the back end of the season. He shows up on night 1. He piles up the points initially, but you look a little bit deeper and not seeing as much ice, and you look at it from the eye test in game 1, and not all that effective, not all that dominant from shift to shift, maybe being carried to a certain extent by Sam Bennett, his very polarizing line mate. What do you make of Tkachuk's game at the moment?
Yeah, Justin, I think both of them. I think Brady last series and Matthew this series, they're not 100%. You're 100% right, and that's even why when you talk about where he could be of value more, and you saw everyone remembers. I keep talking to everyone, those 9 seconds, that Canada-USA game, that was still pretty incredible, kind of scripted by them like a WWE fight. But that's, much like, don't go after Sam Bennett. Like, don't poke the bear, and don't poke the Tkachuk bear, because that's where he could be a little bit more value, being that kind of agitator, because I don't think, and he's a very skilled player, much like Austin Matthews, and I'm not going to get into percentages. Are they 90%? Are they 80%? I mean, I don't know, but whatever. Yeah, I don't think he's 100%. But playoffs, obviously, it's a different animal. Games that you'd miss in the regular season, you don't miss in the playoffs.
You mentioned Max Pacioretty when you were rhyming off MVP candidates. That would be a little bit more hipster compared to Chris Tanev. But
Gord's hipster.
Given, I see it. Like, he's been a difference maker so far. It's only one game, but he's been a difference maker in these playoffs. The game 6, his heroics, and of course, his role on the second line in game 1. It's interesting, though, the strategy here, though, for him, because this is a guy who's dealt with a lot of injuries in the late stages of his career, and it feels like he's just throwing caution to the wind and being as physical and dangerous and hazardous out there as possible, as long as it will last. Do you think that this strategy of his will be lasting? Do you think he'll be able to continue doing this? Because this version of Max Pacioretty has been very, very productive for the Maple Leafs, but it feels like, I don't know, how long can he do this?
Yeah, because he's been fragile the last couple of years. There's no doubt about it. That's why he was quite emotional how things played out. You think the great Toronto-Montreal rivalry, this is a guy, wore the C with the Canadiens, had 5 seasons of 30-plus goals. Like, that was that kind of player. People forget that. Then went deep with the Vegas Golden Knights, got some great playoff experience. And I noticed even in the exhibition games this year that he was physical. Like, he understood, I'm not a top 2-line guy anymore, basically. I got to do other things. And I was surprised at his physicality. And that's something when he's got a chance to play that he's done. And I got to give Craig Berube all kinds of credit when people thought, he comes out and put Nick Robertson back in. Instead, Berube raised him to the top 2 lines and kind of and that's where you're hoping Berube has that intangible feel about things, because so far it's been bang on in Pacioretty's case.
We're talking to Gord Stellick ahead of Leafs-Panthers at 7 p.m. start on Sportsnet and also on 680 News Radio Toronto at 7 p.m. We will be there to take you through
everywhere.
The pregame show. Our Leafs power play 0-5 in game one. It was probably one of the highlights, I think, early on in that Ottawa Senators series, right? Like they would score. Basically, you hadn't even sat down yet, and the puck was in the net. I feel like that's going to be an interesting thing to track, whether there's going to be more calls or not tonight. I think the refs will have their hands full. But being 0-5 in game one, like how much of a focus do you think that is for the Leafs tonight to capitalize on whatever special team opportunities they get, because they might be fleeting at this point?
Yeah, it won't cut it if you go deeper. That won't cut it. Go for 5. And, funny one, Ailish, I think, like that was a horrible too many men on the ice penalty. They're never good anyway, but usually they're born out of kind of a panic situation. But this was one because they were making a change. They had control of the puck on the power play. And because they play 5 forwards, it wasn't easy figuring out whose place you're going to take. So that was just one that was about as bad as you can get. And then Florida scored against the Maple Leafs in that particular one. I noticed after that they played Morgan Rielly more. I think they got a little nervous about. I'm not picking on Rielly. I'm just saying I think they got nervous about that great 5 forward power play, given what happened. But, plain and simple, because they gave up a couple of shorthanded goals to Ottawa as well. Like, special teams are a bigger difference maker in the playoffs. And this is something they did really well against Ottawa. And that was one area. Hey, they got the win against Florida. That's what matters. But special teams didn't measure up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they deploy the power play, because clearly the 5 forward power play is more dangerous than the one that includes Morgan Rielly. But like even when you're holding a 1-goal lead, like the power play is an opportunity to put the game away. And if you're being careful, will that end up biting you in the end? So we'll see how Craig Berube stick handles all of that. Desperation here for Florida. Hard to go home 2-0 or 0-2 if you're the Panthers in this situation. What are you expecting from them tonight?
Well, in a couple of years ago, they'd be desperate. But when you've been in the final 2 years in a row and you won the Stanley Cup last year, and Justin, they rested players at the end of the year strategically. They gave up finishing first, taking home ice advantage, because they understood it was more important to rest players. So, but yeah, you want to get that 2-0 jump on things, and really, much like we talked about, we opened our chat about more of the same, and more of the same in the 40 minutes, as many of the 60, and then that last 20 minutes, I don't know how much about, like the Panthers came at you at a level that won them the Stanley Cup. But I don't know what it is this year. The theme is blowing leads. Like whether it's Winnipeg winning against St. Louis Game 7. What about Edmonton? 5 games in a row, they've had the lead or not had the lead, come back and won it. Vegas, when they had a multi-goal lead in the playoffs, they were 24-0. They lost last night. Same with Florida coming back the other. I don't know what it is about teams backing off too much, contributing to it, versus an elite team going hardcore. I mean, that's the one where the Leafs, they got a scare, but they got a lesson. If you let up for a bit, you're screwed, okay? So what they did the first 40 minutes, that's what they have to do as many minutes of the 60 tonight.
Spoken like a former GM, like just get in that room, rip around, tell them what's up, Gord. What's for dinner? I feel like you're in your kitchen.
So at friend's place. So, yeah, we're just going to have some pizza and that. But if I went in the room today, man, I got a great haircut. Like, they would be listening.
You look sharp.
It's Gene
You look
Principe
like Gene
style.
Principe's hair.
I know. I've been looking in the mirror for 3 hours. So I had to do this.
You do look tan. Did you go away? Like, you look like you got some sun, Gord.
Yeah, that's high blood pressure.
Oh,
but anyway, it's all good. No, it's all good. I'm all set for tonight. I don't need to. Craig Berube will handle the room, but I like the fact that 3 of us got them kind of warmed up.
Yeah, I like it. Well, Gord, enjoy the pizza party and game 2 for the Maple Leafs tonight. Good to see you.
Yep, just heading down, joining the Hyatts, just heading downstairs. You guys take care.
All right, thanks, Gord. That's Gord Stellick, former Maple Leafs GM.
Wouldn't have bothered him if we knew he was socializing.
Yeah, Frank's birthday, and Gord's at a pizza party with his best friends.
Yeah, have you ever done a radio hit in someone else's, like a friend's house?
No, we don't have any friends.
It's a lie.
And usually my radio hits were just here at the studio. So I don't know. That was cool. I didn't recognize that background of Gord's. I scouted it
You're
out
doing
right
some
away.
forensics there. Okay.
It's
You
like,
knew
that's not the color of the paint in your house, Gord.
Okay.
I've seen you on Zoom.
It's the danger of conducting Zoom calls, I suppose.
Well, that's exciting. All right.
This is a major opportunity for the Maple Leafs tonight. They have not been up 2-0 in a series, and shout out to Luke Fox for this. 2-0 in a series beyond round 1 since before we were born. 1987 division finals, the last time they were up 2-0 on a team beyond round 1. So this is a major, major opportunity. It is something we haven't really seen very often before. They've had,
Correct.
I guess, opportunities to go up 2, but have not been able to make good on it. And this is all goes back to winning the division title, having the opportunity to start at home, to get a series win under your belt before having to meet the Florida Panthers, the defending champion Florida Panthers, to take advantage of Aaron Ekblad not being there in night one. And I know he's playing in this game, and that changes things, but the Maple Leafs can do something here. Like they are flirting with doing things that a lot of people listening haven't seen in their lifetime, and another opportunity to, add to that tonight with a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers and putting real pressure on Paul Maurice's group.
Can I give you something that could be potentially a curse buster?
Do we have to credit Hockey Illuminati to do this?
No, this is from Sportsnet Stats.
Okay.
That stuck out to me in our stat pack that we get before every game.
Okay.
So Joseph Woll came in, made 17 saves in relief of Anthony Stolarz, who left the game after an upper body injury, as you know. This recorded the second instance of a Maple Leafs goaltender earning a playoff win in relief. The last time, Terry Sawchuk in Game 5 of 1967.
I mean, we don't have to credit, but I actually saw that from the exact source that I mentioned.
Sorry.
But
I received this on our
Sportsnet Stats.
Sportsnet Stats.
Sportsnet Stats.
Sportsnet Stats.
Like, credit to Sportsnet.
They might share
Stats.
the same Sportsnet Stats information hub.
They may.
But yeah, 1967. Never heard of it?
That seems very cursy. Like
the fact that it's the second instance, and the other time was the time they won the cup. I'm concerned to believe. I do want to talk about Joseph Woll, just because this is obviously a huge discussion point. If you didn't know, he's taken over tonight. And not many times can you say, well, this guy is young and his playoff career, and he's actually come in multiple times in relief of another goaltender in the playoffs. He replaced Samsonov in 2023 and 2024, and he's 4-2 with the 212 goals against and a 924 save percentage in 8 playoff appearances. If you remove the the times that he came in for relief, he's a 950 in his 4 playoff starts. Like, he has been a good playoff performer. There's no question about it. He's just been kind of the second option most times.
Yeah, I mean, before Anthony Stolarz showed up on the scene, people had been clamoring for Joseph Woll to play in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It is
Were you clamoring?
Not this year. Mm-hmm. In previous years.
What were you predicting that we would see Joseph Woll?
Well, I kind of floated out the idea that, hey, let's build in some rest here and play Joseph Woll no matter what in Game 2. And now he's playing in Game 2.
Well, maybe it's your fault.
It was not with the caveat that Anthony Stolarz would have received a concussion. I guess that's not completely confirmed, but, apparent head injury, we'll put it that way. I think that's pretty safe to say. You didn't want it to come under those circumstances. But I, like you mentioned with Gord, the assumption was that both were going to be used, not because of, coming in relief and desperate times, like maybe in Edmonton, but because both these guys are quality goaltenders.
They're good goalies.
Both of these guys have not gone through the rigors of 2 months in a Stanley Cup playoffs. They've barely gone through a full 82-game regular season as like legitimate A options. That is a fact. Like they have not been in that situation. So I thought this day would come. I'm wishing it didn't come in the circumstances that it did, but I think Joseph Woll will be able to pick up the slack and do enough to give this team a chance to win for sure.
Yeah, all he has to do is be the same type of player he was all season long. Remember that prolonged absence where Stolarz was out? That was December 12th to February 6th. It was the Joseph Woll era. He held the fort with a 12-7-0 record and a 904 save percentage. And in his last 3 starts of the regular season, 203 goals against and a 938 save percentage. He stopped 90 of 96 shots. Like he can cook. Let him in a full game where he gets a real opportunity to start and not be thrust on the ice when your goalie's throwing up in his cage in front of you.
He'll be allowed to cook tonight as the Maple Leafs starter. Matt Murray will be the backup. Want the lines for tonight's game?
Why don't we save the lines for the other side?
Okay. What do you got then?
I want to ask you about what you learned from Paul Maurice's. So behind the scenes here, Justin had his headphones in and was laughing, watching something, and I'm nosy. I'm like, what are you watching? What are you watching? And you were watching Paul Maurice's press conference. Why was it so funny?
I mean, just his ability to navigate and not answer questions is funny.
Yeah.
But it's not like mean or mean-spirited, I guess, his responses. It's just like
was he agitated?
No, it's just a little bit, I suppose. Like he was a little agitated in the day off and less agitated and more, hey, I'm stand-up comedian Paul Maurice earlier today. But just like his disdain for the idea that Sam Bennett is in the wrong and the multiple ways in which he could express that opinion was very funny to me.
I like that he is kind of off his game. Because
who's off his game?
Well, like Paul Maurice showed a little.
He's on his game.
No, sorry. Like he's on his game, which means that he's being irritated. Like
sure,
he's being irritated. And it's game 1. And what was the whole thing about this Tampa Florida series? Like both coaches where it was just like a coach off, right? Every time they're at the podium, it was who had the best quotes. And then John Cooper at the end was like, I'm getting kind of tired of talking about.
Yeah, he won that battle.
Yeah, he was like, I'm over this. And Berube won't play into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Maurice.
Like Maurice is doing this, wasting his own energy.
That's a great point. Like he will outlast anyone in playing this game. He's brilliant at it.
And Berube just doesn't care.
And he's got the team that backs it up. But yeah, these two guys are polar opposites.
Oh, it's wild.
Polar opposites.
I'd like to see them interact. Like, what are they like, hey.
Yeah.
Like Berube just does a head nod, and Maurice probably like, hey, you're looking sharp, Chief.
Yeah, Maurice, I'm sure, will have more to say, as I mentioned with Frank, when these two coaches meet up at the end of the series.
All right, we'll take a quick break. On the other side, we will be where? 680 News Radio Toronto, also streaming on sportsnet.ca/590 and the Sportsnet app. Justin and I will give you both lines for the Leafs and the Panthers. We'll give you our player to watch and our keys to victory, and we will get you set for game 2, round 2 at Scotiabank Arena. Looking forward to it. All right? See you in a few minutes. You're listening to Molson News Radio Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller.
Good evening, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans from all over the world. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It's game number 2 of the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs from Scotiabank Arena. And what a night it was in game number 1. Willie Nylander with an unbelievable start with a pair of goals, followed by Morgan Riley and Chris Tanev put our Buds up 4-1. But the refs and the Panthers had a couple things to say about that. But we got it done. We're up 1-0. Let's see if we can make it 2 before we head back to Sunrise, Florida. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please take the time to hit that like button, share this link out, get it all going, and let's have some fun here in the chat as we chase after that 100,000 subscriber milestone here on Toronto Sports Insider. Is tonight the night? Are our Buds going to get the win? Are we going to pass 100,000 subscribers? Thank you, Insiders, for hanging out with us, and let's see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go!
Combined 200 horsepower, it's our most powerful and fuel-efficient Civic ever. Plus, with an estimated range of over 800 kilometers and available features like a Bose premium sound system, your crew will love it too. Huh, maybe it should be called the Civic 2.0. Redefine your drive with the 2025 Civic Hybrid. Visit your Ontario Honda.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are on Sirius XM.
They score! And Ovechkin got it! His first overtime game winner!
Hear every game, including the hometown broadcasts on the Sirius XM app.
Walker moving in, far side shot, stopped by Hellebuck, and Hellebuck made a dynamite save.
For a complete schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Back at the goal center, back they score! Austin Matthews!
And check out the daily discussion on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, #1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extensions.
Yeah, good organization that have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
16 out of 32. If you know your math, that's 50%. In the last calendar year, Jake, 50% of the teams in the National Hockey League have made a coaching change. That is absolutely ridiculous. Either coaches in this league just suck. So they've been the scapegoats in this league for years and years and years, decades. It's an epidemic at this point.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like Sirius XM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it, there's a chance, rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Get to know the facts at shoppersfoundation.ca.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey.
We're about to bring the war right now. Sound the alarm!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio Toronto and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert getting you set for Panthers at the Leafs. Game 2, round 2. Maple Leafs holding a 1-0 series lead as they get set at Scotiabank Arena. Puck drop in just about 10 minutes.
Yeah, big-time opportunity for the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight. I guess it's exclusively big-time opportunities for the Toronto Maple Leafs going forward here, but a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers is much different than 1-1 going to Sunrise. The stakes are very, very, very big here for the Maple Leafs, who looked the part to me as a Stanley Cup contender, I guess I should say, in the first half of Game 1. They were brilliant. They brought their A game to Florida, and Florida didn't really have an answer until things got a little squirrely in the end with Stolar's absence and Joseph Woll coming in. It will be Joseph Woll tonight. He'll have to settle into the game and into the series in order for the Maple Leafs to get that 2-0 series lead. But I think a lot of optimism about where the Maple Leafs are at and how they are approaching and tackling the objective, which is to get through the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. It was a tremendous start, and if they could build on that tonight, well, they're in a real good position.
Yeah, Leafs have taken this 1-0 series lead in the second round for the first time since 2001, and they've won 12 of their last 15 game twos of a series when they play at home.
Which means they've lost a lot of game ones.
When they play at home, yeah. Includes that round against Columbus in 2020. So this could be an opportunity. I think we talked about it in our pregame show before this to take that 2-0 series lead for the first time since 1987 in the Norris Division Finals versus Detroit. So a lot of opportunity to write some of these new record books up, you know?
Yeah, this is truly uncharted territory for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who have not been in the second round very much in the last couple decades, and who, are in a position, again, to build on a 1-0 series lead in a very, very encouraging start.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about Anthony Stolar's injury and the opportunity at hand for Joseph Woll, but I want to know what your key to victory is tonight. Brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Get home ice advantage on every drive with the new Civic Hybrid, proudly built here in Ontario. Visit your Ontario Honda dealers today.
It is to resist any urge to respond to Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett will be playing in this game, much to the chagrin of many Leaf fans and onlookers who thought he should be suspended for taking out Anthony Stolarz. Again, are these things completely correlated? 100%? Not really sure. Stolarz did take a pretty hard shot right square off the helmet earlier in the game, but he is not involved in this game, and Sam Bennett is. And for that reason, hey, Max Domi might get cross some wires and want to do something about it, or someone else in this group. But the Maple Leafs, when playing their game, not worrying about what other people are doing, what the opposition is doing, they've been at their best. And if they try to get engaged in something that isn't quite their wheelhouse, isn't their game, I think it could throw them off their game. So chasing Sam Bennett around is not a great idea tonight. Just playing their game, which Craig Berube has been harping on, is.
I think I was on our Calgary radio station when I made this first analogy, but it's like, when you're in elementary school and there's a bully or something and you're playing a team, you're like, just beat him on the scoreboard. That's actually like how I feel about tonight's opportunity for the Leafs is you can totally send Max Domi or Ryan Reeves or somebody after Sam Bennett. But in the end, like, this is a very long series. You're going to only kind of put your own team behind, give Florida something else. Like, Florida is behind the 8 ball. They're going to try to drag you into their style of play. And they did that with Tampa. And look, they beat Tampa in 5 games. Like, they determined the flow of the game and they let it be very rattish.
No one thrives in the mud like the Florida Panthers.
Yes,
it'd be wise for
mud.
the Maple Leafs to avoid said mud.
100%. So I think that tonight you gotta play it cool. Like, you gotta be cool cucumbers. Right?
That could have been the key to victory right there. Let's get to the player to watch presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
A lot of conversation around this young man. So my choice is Joseph Woll. And I got a couple opportunities for you to find some value. Last game, the Panthers had 73 shot attempts. So they want to throw the puck on that. They're not Carolina Hurricanes level, but they are definitely trying to get a lot of traffic and get a lot of pucks on net. So for Joseph Woll to get 30-plus saves, it's plus 170. 35-plus saves, plus 550. Like, think if it goes to overtime or they're really putting the puck on the net, like the Leafs got an early lead, he might get a bunch of opportunities to save the puck. A shutout is 11-1. That would be wild. The Panthers to score under 3.5 goals is minus 165. To score under 2.5 goals is plus 150. And to score under 1.5 goals is plus 400. My eyes are on Joseph Woll tonight. I don't know how they couldn't be. A couple opportunities for the Leafs to cement themselves in this series. Obviously, Austin Matthews, we talked about with Gord Stellick in our pregame show, only 2 goals in the playoffs so far. I'm looking at him to have a big night, but I think everyone will be turning their attention to what Joseph Woll does in net.
Joseph Woll will be the only lineup change for Craig Berube tonight. The Maple Leafs will attack this game as is. Matthew Nyes, Austin Matthews, and Mitch Marner on the top line. Max Pacioretty's been throwing his weight around, playing again with Tavares and Nylander. It'll be McMahon, Domi, and Holmberg, and Lorentz, Lawton, and Yarncroc as the top or the bottom 6. McCabe and Tanev will be the shutdown pair. Riley and Carlo. We'll see if Riley can continue his scoring ways with Simone Benoit and Oliver Ekman-Larsson as the third pair. The Panthers will make a couple changes. Mackie Semiskevich will come into the lineup for AJ Greer. Also, Aaron Ekblad will return from his 2-game suspension tonight. So the top line will be Carter Verhaeghe, Alexander Barkov, and Sam Reinhart. Second line, Evan Rodriguez, Sam Bennett, and Matthew Tkachuk. Luosterainen, Lundell, and Marchand on the third line with the aforementioned Samiskevich, Sturm, and Boquist on the fourth line. It'll be Forsling and Ekblad, Nico Mikkola and Seth Jones with Nate Schmidt and Dmitry Kulikov rounding out the blue line with Sergei Bobrovsky in net.
And Paul Maurice starts Marchand, Lundell, and Luosterainen in game 2 instead of his big guys. So they were a pretty good line.
Are you reading into that?
They were a good line in game 1. Like, they
might be the best third line in the league.
Exactly. So Berube countered with Pacioretty, Tavares, and Nylander for your starting lineup.
Okay, there was a lot of fire against fire, right? Top line versus top line, second line versus second line. Maybe Paul Maurice wants to try to shut down the Matthews unit with his third line tonight.
All right, we will shut down our pregame show and take you over to Puck Drop with Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph, which is next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio Toronto and the Maple Leafs.
The PGA Championship is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Here it comes, down the slope, the shot of the week.
Rory McIlroy completed the career Grand Slam in April. Can Jordan Spieth do the same at Quail Hollow?
Cool thing if you're able to hold all 4. There's just not many people in the game that have done that, and that's what kind of stands the test of time.
PGA Championship Radio returns Monday, May 12th on Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Under review. And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous?
if you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it.
Hey, hockey fans! Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. The Leafs and the Panthers in game number 2. Let's go. What a night it was in game number 1. And we saw an unbelievable amount of insiders here in the chat all game long. And I have no one to thank but you for hitting that like button, for sharing this link out. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing more hockey fans here to this amazing community, raising money for SickKids Hospital every single game. Now let's get back to the hockey. If you haven't done it yet, please please hit that share button, send it out on social media, send it out. Let's get more people here. Let's raise a bunch of money for SickKids Hospital, and let's pass 100,000 subscribers. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. Come on, Willie. Let's keep that goal scoring going.
And the SiriusXM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Game 2, the Leafs and the Florida Panthers and the protectors of the polyester pipes. Brought to you by Molson. Molson everyone in. Joseph Wall takes over for Anthony Stolars, who was concussed in Game 1. His record in the playoffs, 4-2, 2.12, 924 his save percentage over the 3 years that he has participated. Sergei Bobrovsky in this series, or in this year, 4-2 in the postseason, 2.69, 887 his save percentage. Puck is dropped. We're underway, and we're glad you're along with us as the Leafs get it on the boards and chip it down into Florida territory. Puck goes around back of the net. Nylander takes his man up against the boards as the puck comes free. Played by Tavares around on the wall. A shot by Riley was blocked. Kept alive by Pacioretty momentarily. But then here is Marchand getting it down into the Leaf zone. Marchand trying to center, goes into the corner. Puck goes off a stick and into the corner again. It comes in front of the net. Riley is there, and he'll get it out at center ice. Panthers get it right back in over the line. Played in along the boards there by Anton Lundell. Grabbed off by Matthew Nyes and skated out at center. Nyes hits the line, trying to shoot it in. It goes off a stick. And caroms up into the crowd, and out of play and an opportunity to introduce the world's greatest analysis of hockey, and certainly in my lifetime. Oh, he's not here. You're back again, are you?
Oh, good, because, I was going to say, since I've seldom agreed with anything you've ever said, I was going to take that as the insult before the real one came.
Too late. Got it in beforehand.
Yeah.
This should be a dandy, though, Jimmy. Here's a chance for Reinhart in, and a blocker save by Wall to get him into the game. Played around back of the net. Reinhart gets it back to the point. Seth Jones walks to the middle of the ice. Can't get it around Nyes. Still has it as he gets it back to the blue line. Mikkola with a shot in traffic that doesn't make it through. Mikkola against the boards, and Barkov getting it back to the blue line. Just kept in by Reinhart. Reinhart down the right wing boards, tries to get it in front, and Marner takes it away from him, and it's going to bank it out into neutral ice. Leafs are changing, so are the Panthers. Guess who's on the ice? Shot down into the Toronto zone. Bennett into the near corner, and Benoit decides to welcome him to the game with a pretty good hit. Puck comes back to the blue line, though. Kept alive into the corner. Bennett chased by Benoit again. Centering pass is going to be gobbled up there by Wall, and everybody is piled in around the net, but nothing more developing at this point.
One of my favorite things to watch with Matthew Tkachuk is how in a scrum he'll turn his head away from the guy he's got a hold of and starts punching them in the face while looking at the official and up at the scoreboard.
Like nothing.
I'm not really doing anything here.
No. So all kinds of storylines with this one after game one.
Yeah, and yet, you and I, and we talked about it after game one, that Joseph Wall is someone we've always been very comfortable with. First got his first playoff action 2 years ago against the Panthers. 1-2 in that series. Both losses were in overtime.
Leafs back in their own zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson tried to chip it up the wall. It didn't move, and now it's Benoit giving the puck away. Down into the corner it goes. Back to the point and out at center and racing after Bobby McMahon. He's taken down. Penalty coming here to Florida.
Boy, that was a delayed call, and it looked very deliberate. Kulikov clotheslining Bobby McMahon. As the Leafs were going to get a break, McMahon down the left wing side. Kulikov couldn't hold it in as it was flipped up off the glass. And McMahon was about to take off when there was a little interference, and the Leafs will go to the first power play of the game.
Dan O'Rourke and Francis Salaron are the referees. Shandor Alfonso, the former Sudbury Junior, and Matt McPherson are the linesmen. The draw won by Toronto, but then stolen by Florida and shot out and down the ice. Wall will trap it back to the goal. Does a little adroit stick handling and then leaves it for Mitch Marner. Marner comes out of his own zone, dropping the puck back, and now here's Nylander with speed through the neutral zone. In on the wing, he comes to the left wing side. Played it into Nyes in the corner to the side of the net for Matthews. Matthews gets it back to the blue line. Marner swinging it over for Nylander. Nylander holds and stretches it out. Nylander still with it, top of the circle. Far side, Marner, a pass in with a deflection and a goal. A shot by Nyes was stopped by Bobrovsky, and it is cleared down the ice by Florida. Great scoring chance there.
Well, then you had Nyes and Tavares collide and fall over each other.
Matthews coming out of the Toronto zone. Gets to the line and in and plays it into the left wing. Corner there for Jones. Tied up on the boards. Nyes trying to dig it free in a collision there. Matthews couldn't get it back to the blue line. Panthers bring it in over the line. No, Reinhart trying to get it to the net and it's broken up, and the Leafs won't get it as it's played back to center ice by Florida. Both teams getting a change in here. Stretched out and then played down into the Toronto zone. Wall got upended there by Marchand. Now brought in over the line by Ekblad. Played around back to the net. Domi still in his own zone, and Bobby McMahon turns. I think Wall was kind of expecting that. Here's Domi through center ice. Shoots the puck in around the boards to the far side. Pacioretty got it back to the blue line. Riley to the near side for Domi, but a bad pass is intercepted, and now Sturm brings it in. Put himself offside, I believe, as he was stick handling at the blue line. But a whistle here with 3 seconds left in the power play. One great scoring chance for the Leafs, and now Wall and Morgan Riley discussing what happened with Gee, I'm really sorry, Brad Marchand.
I think the worst part about this, Joe, if this game starts the other way around and there's any contact made with Sergei Bobrovsky, I guarantee it's a penalty.
No kidding. Yep.
The official saying, hey, no vigilante justice here.
Puck goes down into the Florida zone. Here's Lawton in the corner, playing it back to the point. Shot from the blue line, deflects to the near boards. Trying to get there was Lorenz. He was able to keep it in momentarily. Still in the zone. Lorenz on all fours as it comes out at center ice, and McCabe gives the puck away. Brought in over the line by Tkachuk, and a shot! And he fired it wide, and the rebound has carried all the way out at center ice. The Leafs have had two egregious giveaways that have not ended up in the back of their goal.
And that one, Jake McCabe just fanned on a pass back to Ekman Larson, and Tkachuk took off with it down the right wing side.
Benoit off the boards for Marner, chipped in over the line for Matthews, but he couldn't control it. Now Marner gets it back, and it's cleared deeper into Florida territory. Nice, takes his man in against the boards. Benoit couldn't keep it in, comes out at center ice to an open wing. Hustling in after it is Carter Verhaeghe. He's taken to the boards. Marner wipes out his man, and now Matthews around back of the net makes a nice little pass and springs Benoit. Benoit will get to the red line and shoot it in. Leafs are changing as we approach 6 minutes played in the first period. No score. Tavares up against the far boards trying to get the puck in deep, but it is knocked to center ice, and the Leafs will turn it back, and it is shot by Pacioretty back down into Florida territory. On the far wall. Centering effort, knocked away. Sam Reinhart launches it to center, and it's a glove pass that is being whistled down, and a face-off coming in the center ice area as an end result.
Well, despite the power play, the Leafs being outshot in the early going 4-2. We'll say, remember the Joseph Wall's first postseason appearance was in Florida against the Panthers. And you remember Ilya Samsonov got hurt in Game 3. The Leafs trailing. Wall went in, played very well before losing in overtime.
Far boards for Brandon Carlo in the Leaf zone. Puck stolen, and a shot goes wide of the Leaf goal around to the near side. Ekblad into the game now after serving his suspension. Plays it down into the corner. And now the Leafs get it up for Pacioretty, and Pacioretty sends a long lead pass. Nylander hustling after it, almost stole it from the defenseman, and now the puck comes out into the center ice area. Here's Samoskevich, and across the line, playing it in deep. Far corner for Boqvist. Boqvist had it taken away there by Tanev. He got it up on the wing. Back into the corner it goes, though, and the Leafs unable to come up with it cleanly as it goes around back of the net. Tried to come in front, and it's cleared out and down the ice by Toronto. It appears it is going to have enough to go for icing. And so it'll come back with 13:06 to play. First period, no score in Game 2.
Aki Samoskevich, he's into the lineup tonight. Those are the two lineup changes. Ekblad obviously back after his 2-game suspension. A.J. Greer comes out of the lineup on the fourth line, the left side. For Samoskevich, who's actually had a pretty solid year for the Florida Panthers.
Draw to the right of Wall. Domi scrums the draw. Puck goes back to the net for Tanev. Tanev fans on a pass, but gets it back again. Sends it off the boards, and out at center it goes off a official, and now brought to the line, but Domi couldn't get it around the last defender. Brought back by Florida and over the line, and Benoit got a good piece of his man there as it's chipped into the far corner. Rodriguez up against the boards with Benoit. The puck played up on the wing, but not out, and now the Leafs are able to drag it out at center and get it to center ice and flip it in. In goes Lorenz after it, and along with him, Yarncrook. Lorenz comes out with it, trying to come out in front, and it was knocked away before he could get to it. Fourth line doing its work again. Shot wide of the goal, to the side of the goal, in front of the net. Oh, the backhand by Lorenz goes wide. The puck back along the boards on the near side, and it'll be cleared out into the center ice area. Wall patiently waiting for it to get to the trapezoidal area, and he makes a pretty good play with it. And then Riley has to miss a hit. Plays it up on the boards for Nyes. Nyes to Lawton. Lawton will get a change of players going. Near boards, though, for Verhaeghe. Couldn't get around the defense of McCabe. Back comes Nyes the other way. He shoots it in on the far boards, and down the wall goes Marner. Centering effort didn't work. It comes back to the point. Slashed in there. Just keeping it in was the Leaf defenseman Carlo, and now it's cleared back into the Toronto end. Both teams changing. Good tempo to start. And the crowd, as it has been throughout, is right into it. Here's Tavares taken down, but no, yes, a call coming for tripping. Somebody blow a whistle here. Thank you.
Well, that was another delay. That's why Florida got the puck and took off back the other way. I think it was the crowd that reacted by the time the whistle went, and nobody on the ice heard it. So the Leafs have had a huge advantage in the power play early in this series, and this will be their second here in Game 2.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio. And the Maple Leafs.
Hey, I'm Megan Kelly from The Megan Kelly Show. Every weekday, we bring you open, honest, and provocative conversations from all sides with some of the biggest names and
What's up, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans, insiders from all over the world? Now is the time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. It's game number 2 of the Leafs and the Panthers in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. This is what it's all about. Please let us know where Leafs Nation is gathering from. Give us your city and your province in the chat. City and state if you're in the USA, or your city and that international flag. Let us know all over the world, our international viewers. We have the Philippines representing every night. Strong. Mongolia, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, all over the United States, Mexico, and Canada here in North America. And we thank you for being here and letting us know where you're watching from. Now, let's get back to that hockey. Let's cheer on our Maple Leafs all together, all around the world, and let's go try and get that 100,000 subscribers as well. Let's make it happen, Maple Leafs fans. We'll see you back in the chat.
This league just suck. So they've been the scapegoats in this league for years and years and years, decades. It's an epidemic at this point.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite team.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face-off won by the Leafs on the power play as it goes to Nylander. Across ice feed for Tavares. Tavares has it in his skates, can't control it, and the Panthers trying to clear, have it go into the Toronto bench. So a face-off in the circle to the left of Bobrovsky coming here. Leafs are 0 for 6 in this series on the power play.
5-3, they had the advantage. Florida 1 for 3. During the power play goal in the third period.
And really,
opening.
Game 1 of the Ottawa series when the Leafs scored 3 power play goals, right?
The way Seth Jones, it was game 1. The power play goal in the first period.
Shot out at center ice by Florida. And Marner goes back into his own zone. Marner off a skate. It goes deeper into the Toronto end, and Nylander will go back to recover the puck. He plays it kind of haphazardly out into the slot. Matthews now dropping for Nylander. Nylander hits the line and in, flipped it into the right wing corner for Tavares. He works around back of the net, plays it off the boards for Nyes. Back to the blue line to Marner, and a shot was whistled high and wide. Tavares to Nyes. Nyes against the boards in the near corner, back to Tavares. Centering pass, hit a skate. Tavares gets it again. Trying to stretch things out into the near corner, and Nyes goes to help. He hit the skate of Tavares. It comes to Willie. He gives it off to Marner. Marner back to Nylander with room. Driving the net, going right into goal. And he goes around back of the net and never did get it to the goal. He gets it again in the far corner with a centering pass. It deflects behind the net. He'll get it again from Nyes. Now Nylander back of the net to the point. Grabbed off by Marner to Matthews. He whips a shot off a leg and it went wide. Tavares to Matthews, a shot! And that went high and wide. Grabbed off by Nylander again. Great pressure here from the Leafs. 29 seconds in the power play. And a pass back to Marner got out of his reach. And goes all the way down into the Leaf end. Wow.
Well, great opportunities, but do they get anything on net?
I don't think so. And a pass by Oliver Ekman-Larsson ended up being a shot on goal. And Wall had to be sharp there. Back down into the offensive zone for Toronto. Banged on the boards. It'll come around back of the net as the penalty door opens. And the Panthers are back at full and even strength. Marchand trying to get around Riley and failing. And then Marchand is upended, but a penalty is coming to Toronto.
Yeah, that was coming. Marchand pulled up. Bobby McMahon, I think they're going to say knee on knee. It's going to be a trip.
So the Leafs will be a man short when we return. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
First power play opportunity of the game for the Florida Panthers.
Florida.
And the draw will be in the circle to the right.
Florida's penalty kill, by the way, now up to 92% efficiency in the playoffs.
Matthews facing off with Barkov. And the draw won by Barkov as it comes back to the blue line. Jones into the slot area and a shot, scores! Off the left wing, beating the glove hand of Wall. It's Barkov that opens the scoring just 5 seconds into the power play.
Well, Wall got beat from right about that angle in the third period of game one. And the same thing, far side, glove side. Now this got through Chris Tanev. But just a simple play, and this is what the Leafs have done. Win the face-off, get it to the net. And Barkov from the top of the left wing circle. I don't know if it glances off Tanev. Getting a look here.
Yeah, it does. Off his knee, I think, Jimmy. But there was a quick shot, and the Panthers have their first lead of the series. Leafs get it out into neutral ice. Marchand playing it back in over the line. A long shot is gloved by Wall. And he will hold on to that as Marchand is now nose-to-nose with, well, maybe not nose-to-nose with Lorenz. He's a little taller. But I'm sure Lorenz was cautious there that he didn't get licked.
Wow.
We'd hate to have that happen.
Thanks to the the nasal advantage of Brad Marchand. Nose to nose, I don't know if that's possible.
Well, that's still a couple of feet.
I know.
In distance.
You have to turn his head.
Face on to the right of Wall. Bennett waved out of the face-off circle, and so Rodriguez will take the draw. And Lorenz wins the face-off. Brandon Carlo forced into the corner. Lorenz trying to free it up and does. And Morgan Riley will just lay it out down to Florida's blue line. Panthers trying to play it back, but have it intercepted by Yarncrook. Up ahead for Lawton. On the wing for Riley. He'll get to center and shoot it in. Yarncrook on the far boards, unable to get to it as it's cleared up on the wing. Kept in there nicely, though, by Brandon Carlo. But now the Panthers have time and space, but overskating it was Kulikov. He'll get it back, and now Sam Bennett starts out of his own zone. Bennett hits the blue line, but lost the handle on the puck. And the Leafs have it under control in their own zone as a change of players is coming. Nylander circles and gets it ahead for Tavares. Tavares will snap it around the boards, and it goes to the far wing. Into the corner with authority there was Pacioretty. Now Tavares trying to steal the puck back and get it to Willie Centers, and it was just out of the reach of Pacioretty as Marchand brings it back down the left wing board. There's so many people to boo on the Florida team, you don't know who has the puck. Played off the boards to center. Pacioretty is able to shoot it in to the offensive zone. Take your pick.
Just boo them all.
Yeah, boo them all. Around back of the net for Mikkola. And down in the Florida zone. 1-0 Panthers in the first period. 7:20 to go in it. Panthers break it out with a pass up the middle. Backhanded by Rodriguez in over the line. And they're going to call this icing, I guess. So it's coming all the way back into Florida territory. Barkov from Jones is the scoring play.
Yeah, the Leafs need to get back on the board, especially considering the lack of production in the power play is John Tavares. He has not recorded a point in his last 3 games. Actually hasn't recorded a point since taking Artem Zub's elbow to the head.
Draw won by the Leafs as it goes around to the far side. Marner finding Nyes on the left wing corner. Nyes back of the net for Matthews. Matthews and Nyes come away with the puck. Played around into the far corner. Marner trying to get there ahead of Forsling. And Forsling is able to get it ahead. And brought to center ice now by Seth Jones and shot into the Toronto zone. Tanev chipping it along the wall for Nyes. Nyes between the legs pass that didn't connect. And now here's Ekblad with a pass in front of the net. And it was dumped over top of the Leaf goal. Ekblad again at the point. Ekblad to his defense partner left wing side. Wrist shot coming and knocked away there by Wall. Up against the boards on the far side is played back at the net, but Ekblad gets there. Ekblad trying to get around Tanev. Tanev has him hemmed in. The Leafs come away with the loose puck, and it's played back to Brandon Carlo. And now to the far side, or excuse me, to McCabe. And McCabe will give it back to Tanev as he goes to the bench. Tanev around back of the Toronto goal. Long lead pass to center, looking there for Pontus Holmberg, and it goes to Bobby McMahon! He had a partial breakaway, but Bobrovsky got the right pad out in front of it. Great play by McMahon. Back to the point, D to D, far side. Kept in by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Domi around back of the net. Now to McMahon. McMahon trying to muscle his way along the boards, and Domi trying to assist. Domi back to the point. Oliver Ekman-Larsson can't shoot it. Now he does. Big rebound in front of the goal. It's still free. McMahon is being assaulted in front of the net by Kulikov. Leafs keep it in. Near side, Benoit. Can't get it to the net, and then it comes to the far side, a shot, and that went wide. Benoit attempting to keep it alive. Goes to the far side. Kept in by Domi, but it's going to go off a stick and into the crowd, out of play. Bobby McMahon with a great opportunity.
McMahon has not scored, Joe, in 18 games going back to the regular season. I thought his game 6 against Ottawa started better play, and has a great opportunity here on a breakaway that he's thwarted by Sergei Bobrovsky.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leaf.
Gear up for an MLS doubleheader this weekend on Sirius XM FC. First, Minnesota United host Inter Miami.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during the Leafs game. And now that we've got your attention, we are so close to 100,000 subscribers here on Toronto Sports Inside. Well, 100,000 insiders. Because every single one of you who have hit that subscribe button so far on this road to 100K is an insider. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping us grow this amazing community. Let's get it. 100K tonight. Come on, Maple Leafs fans. Come on, hockey fans. Help us out. Let's hit that subscribe button right now. What are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button. Turn on the bell and we'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. Let's get the win tonight too. That's it. That's the most important thing. Let's get that win. Come on, Leafs.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The playoff pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
Sirius XM on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
A goal by Alexander Barkov on the power play for Florida. Has them up 1-0. Shots are 5-4. Advantage Panthers. Face off in the Florida zone to the left. Nylander won the draw. Tavares got it to Pacioretty. Pacioretty in the corner, trying to free it up as it goes up on the left wing, and Lundell is able to get it to center and across the line, but the Leafs are able to bring it back in their own zone under control. Nylander overskated the puck, but he got it to Brandon Carlo, who finds Tavares in neutral ice. Rink wide for Morgan Rielly. Rielly will shoot it in and around the boards. It's gone to Pacioretty. Off of a deflection into the slot area, but Tavares couldn't get there in time to get a shot at the net. Panthers send it back into the Leaf end. Rielly on the near boards. Got it ahead, but that misfires on a pass for Yarncrook. The puck comes back in center ice, brought in over the line by Florida. Drop pass is intercepted by the Leafs and flipped on the left wing, and Lorenz is out. Lorenz, along with Yarncrook, sends it down into the Florida zone. He goes rampaging in there, trying to get a hit on Mikko Mikkola. The puck along the boards comes back to the point. The Leafs keep it in. McCabe down the right wing boards, trying to get away from the checking of Tkachuk. Has it back of the net. Plays it around the boards. He'll find Chris Tanev. Tanev looks to the net, sends it back from whence it came behind the goal as it goes up on the right wing side and is cleared to the line but not out. Kept in there by McCabe. Sent around back of the net to the far side. The Leafs are getting a defense change, and out come the Panthers, and it's Tkachuk just sending it in as they're trying to get a change as well. Benoit gave the puck away though. Bennett got it to the side of the net, to the near side, and a shot deflects into the far boards, and Marner outlets for Nyes. Nyes stops up and gives it back to him. Marner through center ice into the middle, dropping it back. Nyes closes, and a wrist shot was deflected away by Barkov. Pretty good look there for Nyes. And did it go into the crowd on a play from behind the net? I believe so. Leafs are going to get a gift here and a third power play opportunity in the period.
And one they've got to cash in on, Joe. You can't be going 0 for 3 in one period in a playoff game. They're 0 for 5 in game 1. It's time for the power play to start to click here. But this is all, thanks to good pressure on the forecheck.
Yes, absolutely.
And it was Dmitry Kulikov takes his second penalty of the first period.
Draw to the right of Bobrovsky. Won cleanly by the Leafs. Marner flipping to the far wing for Nyes. Nyes sends it along the boards for Tavares. He's engaged quickly by Forsling. Puck comes free to Matthews. Matthews to Marner. Marner back into the corner. Certainly the Panthers are all over them as Marner makes a nifty move and then dished it off. Instead of shooting, it was right in the slot. Back to Marner. To the point it goes to Nylander. Nylander off a stick, but finding it is Matthews. Matthews back to Marner's fluttering shot. That was deflected wide. Knocked down in front of the net was Nyes. Cleared into the crowd again. A face-off coming in the Florida zone. I know Mitch Marner loves making things very artistic. But sometimes when you're in the middle of the rink, you just shoot the damn.
Well, and when you look at especially game one against Ottawa in the first round, everything was shoot first, right? And you worry that the Leafs think they have to be more spectacular with the man advantage to have success.
But Florida is extraordinarily active in the penalty kill, aren't they?
Well, they're very aggressive. They do not sit back and let you trying to pass the puck around. They are forcing the puck everywhere in the defensive zone.
Marner circles in front of his own goal and starts out with pressure from Reinhart. Drops for Nylander. Nylander through center to the line for Nyes on the left wing. Nyes got spun around and loses the puck. Down the ice it'll go. Marner goes back. The Leafs are changing with 48 seconds left in the power play. Marner waits for man to clear. Puck comes up on the left wing for Domi. Domi's going to flip it in for Bobby McMahon to rampage down into the corner. Good hit there, but the puck comes to the blue line. Off a play into the corner by Pacioretty. Back to the point it comes, and a wrist shot coming. Hit the goal post. They score! Did the first one go in? Pacioretty deflects the first one. I thought it hit the goal post and the rebound was deposited.
Well, I think it caught up under the crossbar, Joe, roof of the net on the initial redirection. And then it popped back out and Pacioretty turned. It was on his stick. So he thought, just in case everyone, like the officials, are with Joe Bowen not thinking it went in, I'm going to put it in a second time.
Oh, now it's my fault. Now it's my fault.
I'm giving you credit. Giving you credit. That's the opposite.
Is that a backhanded compliment?
No, that's like saying if you weren't sure, then maybe nobody else was.
Oh, good point.
So I better put it in.
There, thank you.
Boy, Pacioretty now. What a role he has been on.
Played around the
5 points in his last 3 games.
Lawton gets a hit on his man. Here's Bennett in over the line, dropping it back for Tkachuk. His shot didn't get through. Bennett was knocked down. Puck along the boards. Knocks away there by the Leafs, and it is Lawton getting it ahead for Lorenz, who one-hands it in over the line, but he can't get there ahead of Evan Rodriguez, who swings it around on the near side and down into the Leaf end. Out of the net is Wall to leave it there for Tanev. Tanev trying to punch it up the boards, but can't. Centering pass comes into the slot, and now here's a chance for the sharp angle shot, and Wall stopped that. Marner bring it up for Tanev. Tanev to the side of the net, got it ahead for Marner. Marner, saucer pass out in center, a little bit too far for McCabe, and now brought back the other way by Verhaeghe. He'll shoot it into the Leaf end with 40 seconds left to go in the period. Puck into the far corner. Domi getting an assist along with Morgan Riley as the Leafs play it out and down the ice, but it will not have enough to go for icing. 1-1 tie. Both teams on the board with power play markers as the Leafs almost stole the puck there in Tavares as it is shot in now by Benoit. 15 seconds to go in the period. Where's the puck gone? Somebody blow the whistle. I don't know where the puck is.
Yeah, right into the Panthers bench. So the Leafs, 12.8 seconds to go in the first period. We'll get an opportunity. So the Pacioretty goal is, in fact, a power play marker as time was running out. But a huge goal for the Leafs, and so big that it's the second power play unit, Joe, that is able to come out. No, Pacioretty may not have been sure that the first one was in.
See? I told you.
Joey, I'm on your side on this.
All right.
I'm saying nobody except me knew the first shot was in.
That doesn't sound like you're on my side.
Nobody has seen more goals than me from different angles. How do you think I got here?
Point taken, and all right, I got to go with you on this one. But it did help that you had your eyes open this time.
Yes. And it wasn't my fault.
No. Face-off won by Florida and launched high into the center ice area. Settled down by Riley. Played ahead to the blue line. 6 seconds left in the period. Panthers get it across the line. Pacioretty stepped into Marchand. And the horn goes to end the period.
I tell you, some of the biggest mistakes I've made this year, Joey. One, the Four Nations, questioning Jordan Binnington.
Okay.
Number 2, questioning the effectiveness of Max Pacioretty.
Yes.
And I honestly thought when Nick Robertson came out, I thought there were long stretches where when Pacioretty was in the lineup in the regular season, maybe he doesn't have that much more to add other than being a big body. He has looked faster, stronger, and more engaged here in the playoffs. And I was totally wrong at what he's been able to bring to that line.
Takes a big man, Mr. Ralph. It's a big man like yourself to admit a failing like that.
Well,
that's the first time you've ever been wrong.
Oh, no. I've perfected apologizing.
Oh, you have? Well, I forgot. We've been married.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, it's a 1-1 tie at the end of 20 minutes of play. The Leafs and the Florida Panthers will step aside and bring on Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leafs.
It's Kelly Ripa like you've never heard her before.
Stop the presses.
She's flipping the script and saying what's really on her mind.
We're seeing a different side of you.
Talking to famous friends and taking your calls.
Demi Moore. Rob Lowe. Goldie Hawn. Matthew McConaughey.
Howdy, Kelly.
Unfiltered conversations and unexpected confessions.
Salma Hayek. Only Kelly Ripa can ask me these questions.
Let's talk off camera with Kelly Ripa on Radio Andy, Sirius XM 102, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, number 1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization that have high standards and I want to push for that championship every year.
Oh, yeah, how we doing there? Patches with the goal, ties it up. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, man, I didn't turn it. Dang it, I didn't turn the audio off. Patches with the goal. Heck yeah, our buds tying it up there at the end of the period. Let's go, Maple Leafs fans. Thank you for cheering on our buds in the chat and keeping it classy and sometimes not so much, but hey, we're having fun here tonight. There you go. Man, Mark says, TSI, this is the first time the podcast is ahead of the live TV. Mark, I can't believe it. I love it. I am so excited, but it is a little interesting because my timing stuff is a little thrown off. But I've been on it because I'm right here hanging out watching this one with all of you in the chat. And we are, look at that. Well, now I had easy math of 323 subscribers to go until 100,000 subscribers. I couldn't wait to start putting that plaque out there. Unbelievable work by Stack Art Code on Fiverr. Check him out. Unbelievable work. If you want the best quality work and you're in any graphic design for your business, anything like that, check out his stuff. He has helped this rise of this community all the way up to 99,678 and counting. Let's get over 99.7 by the end of this intermission. And let's get to 99.9 by the start of the third. I think we could do it, insiders. I think we can do this. The Maple Leafs are looking good. Let's go after it. Let's get after it. Let's make it happen. Thank you, insiders, for being here. I'm so excited to have that ahead tonight. Let's go. It's meant to be, right? Like it's meant to be. The night we're going to pass 100,000 subscribers. When my kids told me that I couldn't do it, I said, oh, that's all you had to tell me. It's time. And that was a while ago. Can't wait to see you all back in the chat in the second period. Go refill those drinks. I'm waiting for the pizza to show up. It should be here any minute. He might actually be waiting at the door. We'll see y'all back in the chat. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Go 100K, go. Let's go, insiders. Yes.
Is XM 91.
Panthers cruise here.
And then
He's in. Nylander with a shot. He scores!
there were 8.
Draisaitl to McDavid. Down the right wing. To the net. Score!
With the first round behind us, the battles only get more intense.
The whole way by Duhaime. Oh, Wilson! Along the goal line to the front of the net. It's loose. Kachuk with it. A shot. And he scores!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Follow your favorite team. NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Play into the corner by Pacioretty. Back to the point it comes in. A wrist shot coming. Hit the goal post. They score! Did the first one go in?
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio, Toronto, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. It's a 1-1 tie after 20 minutes. Maple Leafs and Florida Panthers game 2 of round 2, and that was Max Pacioretty getting the Leafs back into the game with a gorgeous between-the-legs tip, which he didn't even know went in because he buried it twice just to be sure of it. But yeah, Max Pacioretty with the goal for the Leafs, and Barkov with the goal for the Panthers.
Yep, the story of the period, 2 power play goals. Total time spent on the power play for the Florida Panthers, 5 seconds. Total time spent on the power play for the Maple Leafs, 5 minutes and 34 seconds, but that doesn't matter much. The Florida Panthers were the more undisciplined team in the period, taking 3 minor penalties. Yes, the Panthers did pretty well with their 1 opportunity on the power play, scoring within those 5 seconds. But the Panthers kept giving Toronto opportunities, and down to the second unit on the third and final power play of the period, they were able to cash with Max Pacioretty, who was quickly becoming one of the stories of these playoffs for Toronto, and inching toward forever Toronto folklore. That's tough to say. Given what he's done here, and given that there was really no expectation for him coming into these playoffs.
Was it game 1 that he wasn't in for Leafs Sens?
I think he made his debut in game 3, so missed the first 2 games.
First 2 games. So he has 5 points, 2 goals, and 3 assists in his 6 playoff games with the Leafs now. And that is, that's a lot more than people get in an entire playoff run. So he has been a pretty bright star for the Leafs. It's a good testament to Craig Berube, who kept him in the lineup, because there's been a lot of clamoring for, Nick Robertson. He could be a guy that can have an offensive impact, right? Oh, when's Nick Robertson going to get in? But Berube's just said, I'm going to trust Max Pacioretty, and this is going to be the guy that we go forward with.
And it seemed like Pacioretty had this strategy where he was just going to hit everything that moved on that second line, create chances on the forecheck for his line mates of William Nylander and John Tavares. Now I'm thinking, guy who's been injury prone, guy who's been banged up all season long, guy who's been banged up for the last several years as he chases the Stanley Cup, might want to tone down that physicality a bit, because he has been crucial to the secondary scoring with that big goal against Ottawa late in that game 6, and now really getting them started here in this series. So don't want to put anything into existence here, but Pacioretty has dealt with injury, and maybe that reckless style that he brought to these playoffs, he might have to tone down just a little bit.
So the first period was a little bit chippy. In terms of penalties called, there's penalties, and we didn't really know what to anticipate coming into game 2, because game 1 obviously got a little out of hand at times, and we know that Joseph Woll's starting because Anthony Stolarz is injured. But Marchand was the guy kind of mucking it up a bit. He took the slew foot penalty on John Tavares, and he also did kind of trip Joseph Woll behind the net, like a casual flyby that leaves Woll on his butt. He got penalty for one of those, not the other. But I could see Marchand kind of leaning into rat mode tonight.
Yeah, he might be trying to take some of the steam off Sam Bennett, because it looks like he's trying and is almost hellbent on becoming public enemy number 1, at least tonight in game 2. Yeah, you mentioned he took out Woll there. Woll kind of stepped in front of him a little bit, but the slew foot on John Tavares, he did snow Woll to a certain extent in that period as well. He's having conversations with Scott Laughton between the benches. Brad Marchand certainly was the main antagonist for Florida, and that says something because they have a lot of guys who can fill that category. But I wouldn't be surprised, given the veteran that he is, that he's just trying to get some of the shine because not for personal reasons, not for selfish reasons, but to make sure that, Sam Bennett isn't the one that's getting all the attention.
Yeah, I think Marchand is used to being the guy with the target on his back, and I think probably realizes that everybody in that building is, every time that Sam Bennett touches the puck, is not wishing for the best. So trying to draw some of that ire over to him. And I think it worked in that first period. He was certainly noticeable. Let's take a quick break. On the other side, we'll get the out-of-town scoreboard, which will just be previewing the other game in the NHL.
No spoilers.
Tonight later, so no spoilers yet. And we'll get you set for the second period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio Toronto and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The 2025 Honda Civic Hybrid is here, and it may sound too good to be true. With a 2-liter 4-cylinder backed by 2 electric motors, giving a combined 200 horsepower, it's our most powerful and fuel-efficient Civic ever. Plus, with an estimated range of over 800 kilometers and available features like a Bose premium sound system, your crew will love it too. Maybe it should be called the Civic 2.0. Redefine your drive with the 2025 Civic Hybrid. Visit your Ontario Honda dealer and test drive yours today.
Hey everyone, Adnan and Verk here to talk about our great podcast, NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers.
Jason Demers here. After playing 700 NHL games, it turns out I have an opinion or two. Whoever's saying trade one of them, you don't know anything about hockey. I'm on the bandwagon. I'm rooting for this team. With new guests every week, we will talk about hockey and more.
Can't wait till you watch this movie because it's the biggest award of her career.
He went into the cheetah exhibit. The cheetah took a piece out of him, and he came into the ring the next day.
Tune in to NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet.
All right, insiders, I'm cutting in. The pizza is here. The pizza has arrived, but the kids aren't home from practice yet. TSI Allison's getting the kids from practice, and we're going to party it up here tonight as we attempt to cross 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Intermission is almost over. We have about 3 to 4 minutes left on the TV feed, so actually tonight about 2 to 3, like 2.5 minutes. That's just enough time for you to share this link out. Somehow, some way, let's all get one person to subscribe to TSI, and I promise you, with 2,968 people in the chat right now, I guarantee you that we will hit that number during the third period. I urge you, there's only a couple minutes left. Are you truly an insider? I love it. The insiders here in the chat tonight have it. Mark Duffney, Mr. Roboto, Stefan, Rick Smith, Brian Burns, Rod Bottomley, Brad Smith. Man, all of you guys, thank you so much for all of your work. Ladies as well, Miss V, Brandy, the list goes on. Kim, Jennifer, welcome. I mean, you name it, we've got so many people here in the chat having a great time cheering on our Maple Leafs while we benefit SickKids Hospital in Toronto. I need to put that link out and get that thing pinned up, ready to go. There's Andrew Hurd, gifted 5 memberships right here, live in the moment. Welcome to the club, John Morrison, Justin Curtis, Tumble Me Troops, David Brown and Jobs, James Hendo, and thank you, Andrew Hurd. 100% of revenue on TSI goes to SickKids Hospital. Every single Leafs game, let's go from now through the Stanley Cup. Let's go, buds. It's our year. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat during the first period. Let's go, insiders. 100K. Let's go.
but it's a big one. Dallas and Winnipeg. Stars and Jets from the whiteout in Winnipeg, game 1 of their Western Conference semifinal. We can only assume it'll be Jake Ottinger versus Connor Hellebuyck. Hellebuyck barely surviving the first round series versus the St. Louis Blues. And of course, the Mikko Rantanen revenge tour will continue for the Dallas Stars. That is a big game as the final series in round 2 finally gets underway.
I'll give you one. 1-0 for the Toronto Scepters in their first playoff game just down the road at Coca-Cola Coliseum against the Minnesota Frost. Captain Blair Turnbull getting them on the board in the first period. Busy hockey night in Toronto tonight.
I'll accept that, and I'll throw in a NBA game.
Okay, what else you
Celtics
got?
leading the Knicks by 10, winding down in the first half.
Wow.
Bobby McMahon's speed on display in that period for me draws the first of 3 penalties that Florida took on Dmitry Kulikov, who took 2 penalties in the period. And then it might have been like we need NHL stats on the speed, the top speed
Like
he
first
hit.
3 strides, he's up there.
He had a breakaway opportunity, and it was like the fastest breakaway in the history of hockey. At least it looked like from my vantage point. So Bobby McMahon, he's got wheels. When he gets up to top speed, it is quite dangerous, and I think the Panthers are feeling that after period 1.
So power play 2 looked, I think, a little bit more productive than power play 1, like unit-wise. Would you be shifting that over? Leafs are what, 0-7 in the play in power plays in this series. Panthers 2-4. Well, I guess they got one.
Now,
1-8 now, but
no, I wouldn't be shifting it. I have noticed though because it's
Shorter.
a 5-forward power play, and when Florida gets the puck, they are intent on attacking.
oh yeah, they don't
There
want to
was
just dump and change.
There was like a 3-on-3 developing, 3-on-2-ish developing on one of those power plays, and it was like kind of one of those situations where you're looking around and you're likely dumping it in, but he looked around. I think it was Sam Reinhart, and they were like, "Oh, we should actually try to make something of this," because William Nylander and Mitch Marner are the guys skating backwards and backpedaling at the moment. So it is something to watch how the Leafs manage this 5-forward power play, and it seems pretty clear that the Panthers are going to look to exploit.
Well, they put, was it just at the end of last game when they put Morgan Riley on some of these power plays, like for a little bit of defensive structure, but it looks so much different when he's out there.
Yeah, it's
like, what are you compromising? Having a little more defensive strategy?
It's something they definitely have to weigh, because I don't know if a one goal lead, 4 minutes into the third period, you're going to squander that power play and make it less than when you need a goal. You need insurance goals against this Florida Panthers team. And then yet again, if you give up a shorthanded goal there, you'll be kicking yourself. So this is a conundrum that's just going to continue to exist for Craig Berube and Mark Savard, who, by the way, if you're tracking the Savvy meter,
how was that one low?
I think they gave it a 4.
It kind of looks lower than that.
Yeah, so at least,
they're marking on the fly. It's hard.
My favorite part of his celebrations is that he always has to fix his suit after.
Yeah, and he kind of looks over at Berube.
He tugs on his lapels.
Yeah, he just like, okay, I'm back.
Yes.
Back going to be on TV. But now, he knows. He obviously knows he's being savvy metered.
I suppose.
So he's getting nervous now. He knows the cameras are on him every goal.
He either loves this, or it's just horrifying that he's getting this attention.
Yeah, well, he's a good bit. I like it. All right, so it's a 1-1 tie. After 20 minutes, goals from Max Pacioretty and Barkov have the Leafs and Panthers tied 1 apiece. Round 2, game 2 over at Scotiabank Arena. We'll take a quick break. You will hear from Jim Ralph and Joe Bowen, who will have the call of the second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio Toronto.
The drama builds.
Baseball's in full swing.
This ball's gone!
Hear every MLB game on Sirius XM.
And they'll be talking about this one for a long, long time.
Listen to your favorite team all season long with your hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app.
A breathtaking home run by Aaron Judge.
For a complete MLB schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
All right, what a intermission tonight. It's 1-1, but man, what a start. Thank you so much for the support. Brandy Gale and Kristen Willoughby, thank you so much for the super chats. Let me put this up here. Oh, will it show in the live chat? It does not. I'll have to adjust the chat, but I'm not messing with anything right now. Eventually, it will keep crawling up there the more super chats that we get. Let's get to the hockey. Second intermission. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Andrew Hurd, for those memberships. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Insiders. Welcome to Earl as well. Welcome to Insider. Now let's get going, Leafs fans. Who's getting the goal? Who do you think's getting the goal? I got Austin Matthews. The kid is got to get firing. Tonight is his night. Now is when it starts. Let's go, Maddie. Let's see why you wear that C. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. 99,731. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I'm excited. Time to eat some pizza and watch some Leafs. Nothing better. Well, maybe. Maybe. Go Leafs, go.
Sensational! Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs and the Florida Panthers are deadlocked at a goal apiece, and because our executive producer, Armin Zagarian, did not inform me about reading the commercial reads because play was going on, and I'll do it now, if you don't mind. First period brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
See, that's the difference between me and you.
What's that?
I admitted I was wrong on something, and you blame somebody else.
Yeah, that's pretty much how
that's
I work.
It.
What are you, stupid?
As a matter of fact. And by admitting that,
that's right.
That pretty much ends any argument. You do something, somebody says, what are you, stupid? You go, yep.
Yep, pretty much.
Argument's over.
Yeah. Got anything else you want to throw at me? Not a chance. Well, stupid, we're here for the second period. And it's a 1-1 tie.
I'm surprised somebody didn't tell you to say that.
Barkov for Florida, Pacioretty for the Leafs. On the power play for Pacioretty, his second goal of this postseason. Face off to the center ice dot. Leafs to the left, Panthers to the right. We get set for the face-off, and we're patiently waiting for Francois Salarov to drop the puck, and he does. And we're underway, and glad you're along with us. Panthers launch a long backhand towards the net that is corralled by Morgan Riley. Played off the boards, but cut off by Florida. Centering pass in front for Marchand, who scores! The Leafs fail to get the puck out on the near boards, where William Nylander was, and the turnover allows an old nemesis to score the go-ahead goal, set up nicely by Anton Lundell.
Like a casual play for the Leafs to force it up the right wing boards. As Morgan Riley had the pressure from behind. The tough part for Riley on this, Joe, is coming around the net on his backhand. So didn't get enough on it to force it up the right wing side, and the Leafs pay for it 15 seconds into the second period.
Reinhart lifting the puck out at center ice for Florida. Cleared back in again off the stick of Tanev. Jones around back of the net can get it ahead off Barkov, and it's sliding down into the Leaf end. Tanev chased hard around back of the net, reverses the puck for Jake McCabe. Back to Tanev with time and space. He finds Matthews, who gives it to McCabe, who gets it to Marner, who gets it back to McCabe, who centers in front of the goal. And a shot by Matthews was stopped by Bobrovsky. A good rush there by the Maple Leafs, with just about everyone getting a touch on the puck. But Matthews was in so tight that he wasn't able to elevate.
Yeah, I think originally the pass was intended for Matthew Nyes. It got through him.
I think Matthews shoots this between his legs. He does.
Yeah.
Face off to the left in the Florida zone. Draw one cleanly by Toronto. Oliver Ekman-Larsson sending it down into the corner. Tavares unable to get to it. Pacioretty sends it back around the boards to the near corner. And the Panthers are just going to try to shovel it out at center, and they do. Bennett into the zone, onto the wing for the far side. Kulikov, a shot that was stopped by Wall. The rebound goes around back of the net, and it is lugged out at center ice now by Benoit, who shoots it in and gives Nate Schmidt a bit of a combing on the way by as the Leafs are changing. Bennett trying to come out of his own end, got away from Nylander. Bennett gets it up on the right side, and a wrist shot is kicked away there by Wall, and Nylander starts back up ice for Toronto. Willie trying to play it off on the right wing, had it knocked away. Quickly sent back. Look out, that's got... Whoa! I think Mark Savard almost got hit with that puck, and he did almost a cartwheel behind the bench.
Leafs have to regroup. And Joe, Austin Matthews had the opportunity right after the 2-1 go-ahead goal by the Florida Panthers. Still waiting. He's been solid for the Leafs. He's done a lot of little things well, but you're still waiting for that breakout game, right? The 2-3 goal game that we know he's capable of and needs to do it. Just 2 goals so far here in the postseason.
Morgan Riley playing it around the boards in the Toronto zone. Sturm gets there for Florida to free it up. Domi trying to get it on the wing for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg gets a little bit of skating room, then reverses the puck for Brandon Carlo, who gets it out at center, and one-handed by Bobby McMahon down into Florida territory. Jones got away from one hit. Domi goes for a sprawl as he got sent into the near boards, and it's down into the Toronto zone again. 2-1 Florida. Goal 15 seconds into the period before anybody got back into their seats. McCabe, lead pass off Yarncrook into the offensive zone. Yarncrook along with Lawton trying to come out with it, but it goes into the corner, and Lundell will play it high to center ice. The Leafs have it at their own blue line. Pass back is deflected in over the line. Yarncrook in pursuit, but carried to safety by Nate Schmidt. Played back out at center ice. Lorenz had it knocked off his stick and down into the Toronto end. Oliver Ekman-Larsson against the boards, ties his man up, and Lorenz goes to the loose puck, but he's taken out of the play. Into the corner it goes and around back of the net to the far side. Oliver Ekman-Larsson couldn't get to it. Forsling sends it back of the net. Lundell trying to come out, goes back to the point. This line on for a bouncing puck is one-handed by Ekblad into the corner, and I think there's going to be a penalty here.
It's going to be goalie interference. He skates right into, or is it just going to be a hand pass? Might be a hand pass, but I mean, you got a pretty good case for goalie interference on this. He goes right into the blue paint on his own and knocks Joseph Wall into the net. And forgive me and maybe the rest of Leaf Nation for being a little sensitive to guys cruising through the crease.
No kidding. Draw won by Florida. Snapped in off the boards. It's going to go around back of the net. Cut off there by Wall. Played up on the wing. Leafs Matthews getting to it, but he gives the puck away, and a shot is stopped by Wall's blocking glove. Another shot goes wide of the net. Leafs Benoit getting it up for Nyes. Good play to get it out. Barkov against the boards on the far side. Puck comes free, but Nyes couldn't get any momentum going to get around the defense. Brought back by Barkov. In across the line, a shot taken there by Ekblad was knocked away by Wall. And the Leafs will punch it out at center, but out of the reach of Nyes. It's back at the blue line for Florida to play in off a stick into the Toronto zone, and both teams are changing. Played by Benoit, but cut off. Centering pass went off a stick and out at center ice. And it's grabbed off now by the Leafs. Here's Pacioretty getting it in front for Nylander and scores! Holy mackerel! Max Pacioretty sets up Willie!
The potential for disaster at one end ends up with a tying goal for the Leafs at the other. As the Leafs narrowly avoid another giveaway that could have ended up back in their own net, they take off with Max Pacioretty and Willie Nylander. This was after Simon Benoit went behind the Leaf net and it bounced out into the slot. Florida couldn't control it. The Leafs took away But Willie Nylander, Joe, he's on his backhand. When Pacioretty sends it over to him, he's on the left wing side, takes it off his skate, and then chips the backhand. Past Sergei Bobrovsky, second time in the game the Leafs have tied it.
Just another day at the office, Ralphie. That's a fairly simple play, I would think.
Boy, two of the hottest players, though, right in the lineup.
Unbelievable. Puck down in the Toronto zone. Here's Kulikov giving the puck away, and Domi comes to center. Domi's in over the line to the left wing board. Tried to chip it in a little deeper, but it was cut off, and it's brought back to center by Sturm and shot into the Toronto zone. Riley, bank pass to find Brandon Carlo. Got it ahead at center now, and here's Lott in across the line with a little move. Couldn't find room to get around on the far side, and Florida gets it back at center. Leafs are going to launch it high right back into the Panther zone. Leafs 2 and the Florida Panthers 2. Pretty good hit there from Scotty Lott. Puck on the far side is shot out at center and across the line for Luosterainen. His shot is deflected wide off the blocker of Wall. Puck back to the Toronto net. Yarncrook gives it to the defense up on the wing. It is chipped to the line and out by Lott. Marchand sends it high right back into the Toronto zone. Both teams trying to get a change going. Here's Tanev. Long left wing feed. Nyes cutting in on the wing. And he got a wrist shot away that Bobrovsky stopped. Comes back to the point. Kept in now by the Leafs and Matthews. Matthews trying to work along the boards. Upended there as he had his stick grab. The puck comes back to the point, but it's going to be shot down the ice by Florida. And there'll be a icing call. Oliver Ekman-Larsson gets the additional assist on the goal from Nylander, his 6th of the playoffs and his 13th point.
That will tie him with Connor McDavid for the league lead. And for Willie, this is going to be now points in 7 out of 8 playoff games. It was just the shutout loss to Ottawa here in Game 5 is the only time that Nylander's not come to score sheet.
Played out at center ice by Florida. Oliver Ekman-Larsson goes to the left wing side for Nyes. He bursts by and into the corner. Centering pass for Marner, though, was intercepted. Barkov gets it out at center ice. Leafs at their own blue line. Benoit, a pass ahead, was intercepted. Brought back by Verhaeghe. In on the wing for Ekblad. He got spun around. The puck comes free. Long shot. Pad saving a good one. A rebound in front of the net. Joey Wall makes a good save there, but it comes back to the point and is kept in by Florida. Jones to the right wing side. Here's Verhaeghe with a shot. That doesn't reach the net. It goes to the side of the goal and played out into the wing for Nyes. Nyes to Matthews. Matthews to Marner. Marner trying to give it back to him, and it was just deflected away from him. Matthews after it in the far corner. Got it back now for Pacioretty. Into the slot for Willie. Near side, Brandon Carlo a shot. Whoa, that didn't look as comfortable, I think, as Bobrovsky would like.
Well, that rattled around, and we saw Chris Tanev score from the right point in the opening game. And a shot that skipped past Bobrovsky. Tanev, Brandon Carlo looking for his first as a Leaf.
A 2-2 tie here in the second. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! I can't hear you. I can see it though in the chat. Cheering on our Maple Leafs. Thank you all for being here and hanging out with us, making this the best community on the internet for Toronto Maple Leafs hockey and sports coverage in general. Don't miss a second of the action here on Toronto Sports Insider, and thank you for checking out that link that's pinned in the chat. Yep, check it out. Our SickKids Hospital Playoff Pulse campaign link. We have raised over $500 so far. We have to calculate in another $300 or so from the Super Chats, and we have a big donation to make from Bracket Mania as well. Now let's get back to the hockey. Let's go raise some more money for SickKids Hospital, and we'll see you back in there. Insiders, you rock. Thank you for helping us grow this awesome community and making a difference with SickKids Hospital every single game.
35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. 2-0 Toronto! 2 goals from William! On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Second period is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance, it's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Panthers control the face-off. Leafs are able to get a stick on it, but it's carried by Lundell to center and shot down into the Toronto zone. Riley reversing the puck there for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, or for Carlo rather, and it is pushed to the line and out at center ice by Toronto. Tavares, along with Nylander and Pacioretty, brought to center ice and in on the left wing for Lundell. Lundell drops it back into the slot. A shot blocked. There's a rebound. Where's the puck? Sprawling his wall, and he's got a hold of it. Well, he had it, and then it's now back on the import, but it's not in the net.
No, that was a big scramble. The Leafs got caught collapsing in their own zone, and they had 4 guys show almost below the hash marks, which opened up the lane to take it to the net for Aaron Ekblad, but Ekblad was forced onto the backhand. By the way, I want to give a shout out. Someone that's a regular listener to our broadcast, Kate Pedersen.
Oh, yes. Who's here?
Yeah.
Nice to see her.
But she's also listening down on Press Row.
Oh. She probably can hear us.
Big fan of our work.
Well,
my work.
Boy, did I get ditched there in a big time hurry. A centering pass goes wide of the Leaf goal. Kept in, and a shot goes high off a stick up into the screen and out of play. Talk about having to play second fiddle without even having a bass.
This has been a rather strange game, hasn't it? 4 goals. Shots on goal are just 14 for Florida. Leafs have only had 9. And for those that consider it a factor, power plays are 3-1 Toronto.
Which you do. Shot from the point, blockered away there by Wall, trying to come out on the short side. It comes out in front, but it is taken to safety by the Maple Leafs. Yarncrook, who got it out at center. Back into the zone it goes and chipped along, and the Leafs poke it out at center, but just out of the reach of Yarncrook. Now the Panthers have to wait for teammates to get onside as it's hit in. Okay, what's everybody hollering about here?
Well, do we have an injury?
Whoa! Now we've got Schmidt wrestling one of the Leafs to the ice.
I think it was Bobby McMahon. Was that McMahon or was it Lawton? 24, maybe, not 74, right in the boards below us. Delivered the hit. And Evan Rodriguez is slowly now making his way to the Florida bench. I don't believe there was a penalty on this play. But then Nate Schmidt jumped Bobby McMahon. So
no, it was Lawton.
Yeah, pardon me.
Yeah,
Lawton. And Lawton is going to the box, and I'm not sure what for. Because I do not believe on the initial hit, because you heard the roar, neither official had their arm up.
Rodriguez is going to the dressing room, and the officials are going to discuss this.
I don't know why.
Are they going to give Lawton a penalty for hitting Rodriguez?
It was right in the numbers. It easily, and again, I hate to point out 3-1 power plays for the Leafs.
But then does it get evened up because of the...
Well, unless they say it's going to be a 5-minute major, then they can review it and even it up. But I think the way it's being described to Barkov, I think they're going to reverse steps a little bit here and say that it's going to be a boarding penalty and roughing.
Here's the call.
Penalties on the play. Florida on number 88, 2 minutes for roughing. 17, 2 minutes for embellishment. We got 24 for Toronto, 4 minutes for roughing. 5-on-5 hockey.
4 minutes for roughing? Wow.
Well, he must
All
get...
right.
Well, the hit then is legal. Right?
Well,
the hit's legal.
the
not
hit,
boarding.
The hit's got to be the roughing penalty.
But it can't be roughing
Well,
when
how-
you hit
how-
him.
how
It's
do you-
body check.
But how do you get a double minor from it being jumped? I mean, this is. I'm sorry. This is the 3-1 power play advantage for the Leafs. There was no penalty in the air. So you're saying getting jumped cost Scott Laughton
4 minutes for roughing. Well, that's what's trying to be explained to Coach Craig Berube now by...
Laughton did see Nate Schmidt coming. Now they're calling it... Hey, we make these 5-on-5 here still is Rodriguez for
embellishing.
And I'll tell you something else. It's not embellishment. I mean, Rodriguez got pasted in the number. That is the most bizarre call.
Ralphie, I understand it. It's called creative accounting.
Oh, jeez.
I use it at tax time, and it all comes out even. Just understand how this works.
Right. So Rodriguez, did he get the penalty for going to the dressing room? That was part of the embellishment?
I guess.
He got drilled.
Played out at center ice for Nyes. He'll chip it down into Florida territory. Well, that was as creative a bit of officiating as we've seen. Leafs keep the puck in momentarily, but it is played now by Florida back into the Toronto zone. Matthews sending it around the boards, and out comes Chris Tanev. Tanev up on the right wing with a pass that's deflected by Nyes into the offensive end. Bobrovsky sends it back. Nyes had gone too far, and now here's Verhaeghe getting it ahead and now brought out slowly by Forsling to get it to center ice. Verhaeghe on the right side, back into the slot area, and it was out of his reach. Puck along the near boards with Domi. Battling his man there as it goes to the far side for Tkachuk. Tkachuk gets it back, just tipped into the blue line. Spinning move by Seth Jones. Jones is knocked down, and the Leafs break it out at center ice. Bobby McMahon with speed down the right wing. Has a man going to the net, but it was Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and the pass was out of his reach. Knocked down on the play on the far side was Pontus Holmberg. Kept alive by Tavares. Holmberg was knocked down into the slot area again, and the crowd reacting to that. Mikkola, and now a penalty coming to Toronto. Tkachuk gets it across the line. It'll be touched here. Holmberg is going to get a penalty.
All right, now it's 3-2 in power plays.
Now can we go on with life?
No, still got one more. Holmberg got drilled away from the play, and then seconds later he gets nailed with a tripping penalty. And he is in somewhat disbelief. Talking to the officials. We're going to see it again. Seth Jones just drills Pontus Holmberg. No call, fine. Then Holmberg gets up. Leafs are screaming from the bench. And ends up taking a tripping penalty.
Rodriguez is back on the bench for Florida.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy get an embellishment penalty, go to the dressing room, come back and be on the bench while somebody else is serving his penalty. Well, I mean, Holmberg and Jones, he sort of backs into him, but Jones makes no effort to miss him.
So Rodriguez has got to serve the penalty. He can't be on the bench.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens if they put him on the ice?
Maybe the Leafs get another penalty.
There you go. So the power play here for Florida. Brought to center and in on the right wing and cleared into the corner. Tanev and McCabe in there trying to battle it out. Here's Tkachuk coming off the far half boards. Down into the corner it goes. Barkov side of the net, and a bad pass by Tkachuk is going to send it out at center ice. Now this would be very interesting. They try to sneak Rodriguez onto the ice.
And he has played in the second power play unit.
Yes. Matthews gets in over the line on the backhand, can't deliver a shot. He plays it all the way back into his own zone. Joseph Woll's going to tuck it around to the near kind, but then a stolen puck by Tkachuk, but he lost his stick just when he was going to make a pass. But they have it again. That should have been an easy clear for the Leafs, and they botched it. Into the slot area for Bennett. Back on the right wing side, Barkov. Back to Bennett at the far point. Walks the line. Off on the right wing side. Wrist shot coming, and it's wide. Rebound cleared to the line, but not out. Jones keeping it in. Back of the net for Tkachuk. Tkachuk looking in front. Centers to the near side. Played by Verhaeghe back to the blue line. Jones, right wing side, a shot. Blocked by Benoit. It's cleared to the line. Not out, they say, but that's really close. Really close in case of a review. Taken down there was Yarncrook. It comes to the near side to Reinhart. Reinhart dropping it back for Jones off the stick of Nyes to center ice and played all the way back to goaltender Bobrovsky, who scoops it aside. Played back into the slot area. Brought out at center ice now by Florida. To the line and in. Broken up by the Leafs, but they don't get it out. Matthews chasing after Bennett's backhand. That goes to the near boards. After it is Pontus Holmberg, who's onto the ice. So I guess Rodriguez can now play. And a collision in front of the Leaf goal that goes undetected as Carlo got upended there, and a collision with Anton Lundell. Here the Panthers in again with a pass in. Oh, and a save made by Woll. Holy Mackinac, the Leafs have got a breakaway. Here's Nylander closing. Knocked away, but a big rebound in front of the goal. And another Leaf is tackled in front of the net. It's Holmberg.
What a period.
Oh, is it ever? Shot into the zone. Out of the net is Bobrovsky. Pacioretty staples his man to the boards. Cleared to center ice and in over the line for Nico Sturm. He loses it. Grabbed off by Luosterainen and played back to the Toronto goal. Chipped to the line but not out. Into the corner it goes to Tanev. Tanev along the boards playing it off the glass. It'll go down the ice and an icing call will come. That penalty kill, which was very good I might add, brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Get home ice advantage on every drive with the new Civic Hybrid. Proudly built here in Ontario. Visit your Ontario Honda dealers today.
Well, Willie Nylander.
What a couple of minutes of hockey that was.
Willie Nylander was waiting at the Florida line right on the boards, right wing side when he took the pass. But what hurt him, Joe, was the fact that he wasn't moving. So now he's got to get his feet going to take it to the net. By then he was being cut off and tried to shoot short side on Bobrovsky.
Played out at center by Toronto. Gloved and brought back in and shot in by Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe gets it around into the corner on the near side, and Tanev made sure he didn't move much further than that. Pacioretty can't get it out as it comes around the boards into the near corner. Pinching in is Mikkola. Back in the net, Verhaeghe. Played to an empty corner. Tanev trying to get there ahead of the pinch and couldn't get it out past Reinhart. Now they battle in the near corner. Pacioretty up against the wall with Reinhart. Nylander around there, but it's going to go to the far side. Tavares couldn't get it out. Now the Leafs do as they play it off a body to center, and a change of players is coming. 6 minutes to play in the second period, and we're tied at 2s. Bennett gets ahead as Domi tried to step into him. Then Tanev blows a tire. It comes in front of the net, and it's knocked back to the net. Into the corner and back to the point to Jones. Jones on the near side. A shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal off the stick of Schmidt. Into the corner it goes. Near side. Lorenz is taken to the boards there by Tkachuk. It goes into the far corner. McMahon got there to get a piece of his man and knock him down, but a shot is blocked by Woll. The puck is in the slot area. Banked out at center, and Domi's got a breakaway on the left wing side. Closes, and then couldn't get it in front. Has it back in the net. Domi trying to center and looking for Bobby McMahon. And now Marchand will start away. Panthers in on the left wing with Lundell. What a period of hockey this has been. Here's Marchand trying to center. Bouncing puck is taken away by the Leafs. One-handed to center ice by Pontus Holmberg, who was hit there by Marchand. Carlo will stretch it out. The former Bruin stares down his former captain. And now McCabe gets it ahead, and here's Scotty Lawton in. Lawton with a wrist shot, deflects wide, then knocked into the corner by Bobrovsky. Comes back at center ice. The Leafs will regroup. 4:40 to go, second period, tied at 2s. Shot back down into the Florida zone. Knifed up on the wing, that goes off a stick, so there's no icing. Played by Wall into the corner. Pushed along the boards for Lawton. He got drilled there. The puck's still free. Lawton is able to take it away, and it goes around back of the net. Scooped up on the wing for Nyes. He doesn't get it out. Takes down Reinhart. Down into the corner, Benoit. Matthews will free it up, and Marner will quickly play it up on the right wing side. And it is Ekman Larsson launching it high into the left wing corner. Nyes into the forecheck. Spins around and comes away with the loose puck. Nyes playing it around to the far corner. Riley will pinch. Back of the net again for Nyes. Nyes engaged. Matthews couldn't dig it free. And Barkov has it for Florida, and he's going to bring it out. Barkov got it ahead, passed off by Reinhart to the right wing side. Mikkola tried to make a little move, and it didn't work, and now Tavares is back the other way. Johnny's trying to drive the net with a backhand, and that was stopped by Barkov on the short side. Pacioretty gets knocked down. Odd man rush here for Florida. Cross the line for Boqvist. Boqvist is slowed up in the corner. Centering pass back into the slot. Wrist shot blocked by Tanev. The puck comes free again. Here's Forsling with another shot at Wall. Mr. Brick puts an end to that rush and holds for a face-off.
This is not the series you would have expected. This has been high danger chances, wide open, and both teams full marks for a 2-2 score here late in the second period, and it feels like it could be 5-5.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and Maple Leaf.
Boogie down the boulevard. Or rock out on Route 66. To the groovy sound of Road Trip Radio's 70s mix. Disco, you know. And the jams you forgot you loved. Road Trip Radio 70s Mix. Listen at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone or on your computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight during the Leafs game. And now that we've got your attention, we are so close to 100,000 subscribers here on Toronto Sports Inside. Well, 100,000 insiders. Because every single one of you who have hit that subscribe button so far on this road to 100K is an insider. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping us grow this amazing community. Let's get it 100K tonight. Come on, Maple Leafs fans. Come on, hockey fans. Help us out. Let's hit that subscribe button right now. What are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button. Turn on the bell and we'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. Let's get the win tonight too. That's it. That's the most important thing. Let's get that win. Come on, Leafs.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The playoff pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders.
Hey, I think he's getting more comfortable as this game has gone on, but do you agree?
Yep. Face off to his right. Domi will face off with Bennett. They'll draw a scrum, but the Panthers come away with the loose puck. Tkachuk sending it around the boards. Bennett lets it go to the point to Kulikov. Wrist shot comes wide. Centering pass knocked away there. Actually, it was Tkachuk trying to shoot it in from that sharp angle. Now out at center ice, it comes to Riley. In across the line for Lorenz. It's shot, scores! Domi! Set up in front of the goal! The Maple Leafs are out in front for the first time! What a play by Steven Lorenz!
Everyone involved in this play. Scott Laughton is not going to get an assist, but he propels the puck to Morgan Riley, who's jumping up into the play on the right wing side. Riley finds Lorenz, who's cutting through the middle. Lorenz then on his backhand throws it to the top of the left wing circle where Max Domi snaps it into the empty side, and the Leafs have their first lead of Game 2. But what a play by Scotty Lorenz, and Morgan Riley has been outstanding.
Has he ever?
In the playoffs, joining the rush, reading the play, joined the rush, but Scotty Laughton, standing at center, takes the hit, makes the play, tipping it to Morgan Riley, coming up the right wing side. Won't get a point, but it's a huge part of that goal.
Spent some time with Morgan Riley's dad after the game the other night, and in comes Brandon Carlo, and they hadn't met yet, and they said, what a job the two of you guys have done together, and they have. Carlo has just helped Morgan Riley get his game right back to where we know it's been for so many years here. But Domi gets the Leafs the first lead. Nylander to center. Then shoots it in, but it's a delayed offside that is going to be held off by the officials. And now here's Marchand coming down the left wing boards. Tried to get into the corner. Taken in along the wall there. And a centering pass comes off the skate in front, but it's going to clear to the line, but not out. Flipped back in by Ekblad. Round on the near side. Brought on there by Forsling. Back to the net. McCabe chips it back into an empty corner. Leafs Tavares trying to get there. Got it back to the point, but it comes off on the right wing side for Barkov. Barkov couldn't get it in front. Tavares chipping it along, and Nyes tomahawked at it, but didn't get it past the defense. Kept in on the far side. Now Tanev will take it on behind the net. Played it off the boards and down the ice. He'll take the icing, just relieve the pressure a little bit. And a face-off coming in the Toronto zone as a result.
I got Tavares.
1:37 to go.
Tavares has been out on a long shift. Matthews and Nyes have come out in the line change, but Tavares was not able on that shift to get to the bench and get Mitch Marner out. 1:37 to go. Huge draw here in the Leafs zone.
Matthews will take it against Bennett. Matthews taking a little extra time. And the draw is controlled by Toronto. And against the boards, Tanev gets it out at center ice. And Nyes gets it the rest of the way into the zone. But here's Tavares still into the attack. Now the puck in along the boards, and Tavares is around back of the net. I guess he was feeling a little better than you thought. Leafs keep it in at the blue line in front of the net for Matthews, and he couldn't handle it. Centering pass, Bobrovsky sprawls. The puck is along the boards, and now the Panthers are getting it out at center. Chip to the line, but not it. And then Matthews has to wait for Tavares to get onside as he was heading to the bench with a minute left. Puck in the Florida zone. Comes back to the point. Kept in by Brandon Carlo. Round on the boards to the far side. Pontus Holmberg is double-teamed on that wing. Kept in by Riley. To the near side for Carlo. A shot! Oh, and a big split save made by Bobrovsky. Brandon Carlo got all of that. Leafs back in on the left wing. Pontus Holmberg is taken down by Seth Jones. No penalty. Puck around back of the net. Chasing his man was McMahon, but it's brought on now by Barkov. Barkov, a left wing feed. Long shot goes wide of the Leaf goal with 12 seconds left in the period. Leafs have it in the corner, and now it is Benoit hoping to kill off the remaining time. Oliver Ekman-Larsson will get it out, and the puck is sent to the red line, and that'll do it. What a period of hockey. The Leafs scored twice to erase a 2-1 Florida lead. Nylander and Domi and they'll go to the dressing room up 3-2.
We talk about the importance of goals early in a period and late in a period. Well, Brad Marchand, 15 seconds into the second period, put Florida back on top 2-1. But the Leafs kept coming. Willie Nylander, and what's really surprised me, Joe, about the first 5 periods of the series is the number of chances the Leafs have had off the rush. I mean, I thought the Leafs were going to be in trouble if the narrative after the first game or two was going to be they kept us to the outside. We weren't allowed to get in and get good chances. The Leafs have created, with their speed, a lot of chances off the rush, and I'm sure from a Florida standpoint, that's the one thing they're probably concerned with the most right now is how often, when you compare it to, Florida hasn't generated nearly as much coming off the rush, but you saw it on the Nylander goal, you saw it on the Domi goal, that the Leafs off the rush have been very dangerous, surprisingly, I think, for playoff hockey against Florida in this series so far in 5 periods.
But 2 Toronto boys team up on the go-ahead goal as Domi is set up by Steven Lorenz, who are bread and buttered in this neighborhood.
And like we said, Scotty Lawton, if there's a third assist, he gets it. He makes the great play and the great read with his back to the Florida net, standing at center ice, tips it to Morgan Riley, who's got speed coming up the right wing side. So there's 3 Toronto boys and an adopted son in Morgan Riley to contribute on that goal.
He's pretty much entrenched.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. All right, speaking of being entrenched, we're going to send it back to Eilish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert for our second period intermission. The Leafs 3, Florida 2. This is game 2. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leaf Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet365, we've got you. From game props, player props, totals, and the money line. You can even bet on futures like series winners, conference champions, the Stanley Cup champions, and much, much more. Whatever your bet is, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app and get in on the game. An official partner of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
The 2025 Honda Civic Hybrid is here, and it may sound too good to be true. With a 2-liter 4-cylinder backed by 2 electric motors, giving a combined 200 horsepower, it's our most powerful and fuel-efficient Civic ever. Plus, with an estimated range of over 800 kilometers and available features like a boat.
Now that was a period of hockey, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. Maple Leafs fans, that's what I'm talking about. What a period of hockey. Hey, you know what? I might have been a little bit off there with the Austin Matthews pick, but you know what? It doesn't matter. The Buds are up 3-2, and we're heading to the third period in game number 2. Let's take the 2-0 series lead, knock on some wood. Cheers to Mr. Brennan and as well to everybody else that's hanging out with us here as we are 126 subscribers away from that crazy plaque that you just saw come across your screen. An old man, dad of 4, can get a plaque on YouTube. Let's go. If I'm just going to say this now, and you're going to hear me say it again after we pop the champagne and pass 100,000 subscribers, you can do it. No matter what it is, you follow your dreams. No matter what it is, doesn't matter. Trust me, people thought I was crazy when I started doing these scoreboard and chats back with 1,500 subscribers with the Raptors and the Phoenix Suns. Go look it up back in 2021 here on the channel. People said, you're crazy. It's never going to happen. I knew exactly what we had, and here we are. So follow your dreams, because you can do it. Everybody can do it. If you're a dad, if you're not a dad, if you're a mom, if you're not a mom, doesn't matter what you do as long as you believe in it and it's your passion. My passion is Toronto sports. That's what I do. The Leafs, the Blue Jays, the Raptors, the Argos, TFC till I can die. All right? Let's go. There you go. Nettie, just subscribe, follow your dreams. Absolutely, follow your dreams. Because it doesn't matter how stupid it is, how crazy of an idea it is. I don't care if it's Pokemon cards or video games or, finding pictures on the internet. I don't know. Whatever it is, go get it. Because you can do it. I'm doing it right now, and if I can do it, you can do it. Here we go, 99,901. We are in single digits away from that plaque. Holy Mackinac, in the words of the greatest to ever do it. Rick Smith, I pinned that chat because you're not kidding. Bonesy is the best ever, and there's his call, so we got to get back to the best ever. Go Joe Bowen, go. Go Jim Ralph, go. Go Maple Leafs, go. Go 100K, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Oh, Wilson!
Along the goal line to the front of the net, it's loose. Kachuk with it, a shot, and he scores!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Follow your favorite team.
NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and what?
There you go. We've got another audio break here of commercials. You don't want to hear that stuff. Not when we're 80 subscribers away from 100,000. Look at that. Let us know if you just subscribed in the chat. Let us know. Say hi. Say, I'm an insider now. Let us know in the chat to see who the real OG insiders are. The road to 100K, are you an OG insider? I remember I met a lot of great people, and a lot of you are still here in the chat that we had before 10,000 subscribers. The real OGs, but hey, before 100K, become an OG. Let us know in the chat. There you go. Mike, just subscribe because of your motivational words watching from Switzerland in Europe. Mike, that is so cool, man. And that's what I mean. I'm following my dreams and have a community worldwide hanging out together, watching the Maple Leafs and watching sports. There's the Pizzo again with another super chat. I love it. Let's get to the intermission. It's what it's about, everybody. This is YouTube, all right? It's big enough for everybody. Thank you for joining us and watching the hockey and being part of our Playoff Pulse campaign. The things on the horizon with SickKids Hospital are absolutely insane, and I can't wait to start bringing you that in the future every single game. Go Leafs, go. Let's get back to the intermission.
Takes the pass from Steven Lorentz and buries it into the back of the net. It was a rough start to the period, but the Maple Leafs certainly closed well and now are, getting a split in this third period away from a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, that passion line, Domi, Lorentz, Lawton, or just on the ice together, not the line, contributing in that goal is like hometown boys dreaming about that big moment. So that was really nice to see. You mentioned it, the speed through the neutral zone with those guys. It's been a little quiet for 16 and 34. Haven't really seen their imprint much on this game, so another period. But Willie's goal, Pacioretty factoring in again, like we talked about in our pregame show. Pacioretty's been, a huge addition into this postseason, and we saw it again. Marchand getting on the scoreboard as well. We talked about that in the first intermission. Like he was starting to become the focal point, I think, for a lot of Maple Leafs in that period. And what does he do? He puts another puck in the net. Like that's Brad Marchand's bread and butter. But let's quickly touch on the reffing, because I think I don't know. I've never seen somebody get an embellishment call after getting drilled from behind in the glass and then going down to the out of the rink into the dressing room. We laughed out loud.
Yeah, I was convinced that the Leafs were going on we're going to have to kill
5 minutes,
5 minute power play. Like, okay, they're reviewing this. Clearly, is it going to stand up as a 5 minute major? And yet there were 2 calls on each side because there was some shenanigans afterwards. But the big surprise was the embellishment call on Evan Rodriguez, he left the game momentarily. But that was like a classic hit from behind. And if you are rose or blue colored glasses, whatever you want to call it, like the most extreme version of that, okay, Evan Rodriguez knew what he was doing, put himself in a vulnerable position, and took the hit. And for that reason, it should only be 2 minutes. But like that was a classic hit from behind, right through the numbers. Scott Laughton, fortunate that he's still in this game and that the Leafs are still not killing penalties because of it. But, I thought the chaos that ensued, that stuff tends to benefit the Florida Panthers, right? You're getting away with more. So the Florida Panthers should then be able to take advantage of that. But in the frenetic pace that it created and all these moments where, you could call that or it could call that or this player was out of position, it favored the Maple Leafs because when things were out of position, the Leafs were killing them on the counterattack. So it looked like it was going to be a disaster scenario for the Maple Leafs. It turned into something that probably didn't favor them until it very much did, and they definitely took advantage. And now it feels like you can't do makeup calls because there were makeup calls or makeup non-calls in that period. So it feels like you could reset here, and the Maple Leafs could settle into something that resembles, trying to hold a third period lead, which they've done really well this year.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold it down like we saw the first game. Panthers definitely put a push in that third period, though, so at least we'll have a test ahead. We'll take a quick break. We'll get to the out-of-town scoreboard, get you set for the third period. You listen to Most Leafs Hockey on 680 News Radio Toronto and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in.
All right, insiders. We got a special guest on the phone. Grandma, who was on the phone at 25,000. Grandma, thank you for being here for me all throughout my life. And thank you for raising me and helping raise me into the person that I am. And we're heading into the second intermission's almost over. We're 50 subscribers away from 100,000. Thank you, Grandma. I love you so much.
Love you, Michael, so much, too. Good luck, baby, for the rest.
Thank you, Grandma. Thank you. All right, we'll talk to you soon, Grandma.
Thank you.
All right, bye. There you go. I'm sorry. I had to bring Grandma in. There you go. Everybody in the chat saying hi to Grandma in Vancouver. Man, it's so fun. We were when I started this TSI thing back up, I was up visiting Grandma in Vancouver, and it was crazy. I was without internet, away from her house where the stream was running, and the audio cut out. And I ran home because I checked at the store. I had the clerk at the store check, and the audio wasn't there, and the rest is history. It shut down a live, cheered on the Leafs to an overtime victory from 37,000 feet in the air. And ladies and gentlemen, we're here. Toronto Sports Insider. Oh my goodness, 99,959 subscribers. If you're listening to this right now and you haven't hit that subscribe button, what the heck is wrong with you? Hit that subscribe button. Oh my God, hit the subscribe button, please. Help a dude out. It's free. I swear to God, it's free. Nobody's going to charge you. All right, we've got the third period coming up, and it is going to line up perfectly with this 100K. So I will be in the chat there and hanging out with the camera on over the main one, and Wow. All right, let's get back to it. Come on, buds. We're here for hockey. 99,965.66. Let's go. 34 away. There's another super chat from the Pizzo. Go, Grandma. Go, Leafs. Go. All right. 99.73. Here we are. We are 25 away. It's coming right now. This is it. They're back to intermission. We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds until intermission. Can we hit 100,000 before the intermission? Insiders, thank you. Big shout out to the Boathouse that doesn't exist anymore in Cape Coral, Florida. Go Boathouse. TSI 100K. That's right. Beautiful stickers as well to put on any of your stuff. Check out the stickers. There you go. 7, 10. Let's go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Come on. Where's that? Come on. 99.96. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. 100,000. Oh my God. 100,000 insiders. Thank you all. We did it, insiders. We did it. Now come on, Maple Leafs. Let's finish this off. We got to get the victory tonight. Let's go. I need to go get that champagne. We're going to put the audio back on and we're popping. Go, Leafs. Go. Go, insiders. Go. Go, SickKids Hospital. Go. And I love you so much, TSI Allison. Thank you so much, TSI Allison Unicorn, for believing in your husband to go and get this plaque. Let's go get her. Spooky in the house. Sarah is here. I love it. We're eating the pizza upstairs. It's in the freezer. We got to go get it. I got to go get it. There it is. 100,000, 50, 152, 50. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. 100,000. Congratulations. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Steve. Kim. Go Leafs. Go. Hey, Mushroom. The Shroom Merchant. Oh my God. Hey, there's Julie and her friend.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. This is really cool. We even have friends over to celebrate tonight. Unbelievable. Brad Smith, you brought us all together, man. That's the goal. Bringing people together, changing the world one insider at a time. If a Maple Leafs are playing, if a Toronto sports team is playing, we're live. We're here. We're hanging out. We're celebrating. We're hanging out and partying because Toronto sports is everything that matters. Here's Great Kate in the house as well. Oh my God, Great Kate in the house as well. I love it.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate it. Dude, let's go. All right. Well, now.
When are you getting the plaque?
They said 2 to 4 weeks. Ugh. 2 to 4 weeks. Come on, YouTube. We're dying to get this plaque. We want to take it to school. Yeah, I got to go get it.
No,
but
we don't know where it is.
It's in the freezer.
It's not.
All right, they can't find the champagne. I put it in the freezer. Go Leafs, go. Thank you all. 100K.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Unbelievable. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Lisa.
Bye.
Thank you. The artist formerly known as Kate M. You are very, very welcome. Alistair. Unbelievable. All right. Champagne and Leafs hockey. Oh, there it is. All right, we got it. We got the champagne. Boom. Barefoot in the house, but the hockey's on. We're going to pop it and we're going to head over there. Mike St. Jean, congrats, $10. Thank you, brother. Mike St. Jean, thank you so much. Steve A, thank you. Fat Phil, what a cool day. Hey, you know what? I'm trying, man. I'm trying. All right, hockey, Mike, hockey.
The left. And the puck is dropped and we are underway. Panthers get it to the line and dump it down into the Toronto zone. Out of the net is Wall to punch it around on the boards, but it's trapped there. And a centering pass. And a quick shot taken there by Luosterainen was off a leg and went wide. Centering pass comes out in front of the net. Bouncing puck still free. Cleared to the line but not out. Ekblad to the line and now on the right wing side. A shot. Wall takes that and...
Remember me?
Yeah,
Brandon?
remember me. I was exact what I was going to say. You tell it, Ralph.
Yeah, Brandon Carlo First of all, Marchand tries to draw the penalty. It's like he drew the first one, spin and fall away from Brandon Carlo. Then he got back up, and Carlo gave him a little shot.
And the funny part about that was Marchand said, "No, not you. I'll go and push someone else over here."
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with being former teammates. It had something to do with being 6'5".
That does try to settle things down every once in a while. Well, face-off to the left in the Toronto zone. And the face-off wasn't done correctly. They'll do it over again.
I know this series, we're only 5 periods in to this series. But would you agree this feels more like 93?
Oh, yes.
Where there's chances back and forth, no lead is safe.
And it's physical and tough. Panthers at the point, left side, Forsling lets it go. That went high and wide of the goal, near side, Knies couldn't chip it by Ekland. Ekland with a far side, and it's intercepted and Knies. And now here is Marner in on the right side. Marner trying to drive the net, goes around back of the goal, trying to center in front for Knies. He's taken to the boards by Ekland. Comes in front of the net, a shot! Oh, what a chance Matthews had there! Brought back by Florida. In on the right side. Barkov centers, and that went right past Verhaeghe, who had an empty net if he makes any contact. Jones near point, stepping into the top of the circles. Now the half-forwards with a shot that was blocked. And the Leafs come away with the loose puck. And it's going to be played ahead for Matthew Knies. Knies brings it to center and then flips a long shot over top of the goal off the end boards. Panthers up against the wall, get it out. Played back in on a delayed offside. Puck comes up on the right wing side, then for Sam Bennett. Bennett will get it to center, and on the wing it comes in now. Here's Luosterainen with a shot that was stopped. The rebound knocked away. The rebound in the corner. Samoskevich couldn't get it, and the Leafs get it out at center ice. Jones gives the puck away. Here's Lorenz in. Lorenz with a shot, just missed. Rebound spinning there was Järnkrok. If he delivers the backhand, he gets it to the net. But by the time he spun, he was too well tied up. But again, the fourth line does a great job. Here the Panthers getting it to center. Right wing side, Rodriguez. Got it into the Toronto zone. Puck into the near corner. Bennett trying to get it back to the point. He does, but unable to keep it in was Kulikov. And it's down into Florida territory. Bobrovsky into the corner to his defenseman, and is backhanded high into neutral ice. Tanev will go back and quickly play it back out. Florida not waiting for teammates to get onside. This should be offside, but don't know why that wasn't whistled down. Or did the Leafs play it back themselves maybe? Played out at center ice. And now right back into the Leafs zone. Marchand taken to the boards there by Tanev. Puck comes off the wall and out, and Nylander is racing after it, so there won't be any icing. And Bobrovsky had to wait for it to get into the non-trapezoidal area and almost gave it away. Puck back out at center ice. Lundell plays it up on the left wing. Now back for Aaron Ekblad. Pass, a bad one, is intercepted by the Leafs and brought back by Max Pacioretty. Long shot is blocked. Rebound is pushed out into the center ice area. Marner able to knock his man wide. The puck comes down into the zone, and Benoit stands up. Luosterainen in his tracks. And there's going to be an icing call here against Toronto.
Well, this is an entirely, from a year ago, this defense is entirely different. Tanev and Benoit have been absolute beasts physically.
Yep.
And I'm sure if you asked Brad Marchand, he would agree. Brandon Carlo as well. Let's not forget that.
Pacioretty knocks his man down and gets the puck out into the center ice area and heads to the bench. Here come the Panthers again. In across the line. A wrist shot taken by Mikkola went wide. Then it was shot towards the net. Karam's off a stick and goes up into the screen and out of play. Shots favor Florida 21-15. But 2 goals after the Panthers took a 2-1 lead from Nylander and Domi have lifted the Leafs into the 1-goal advantage they're enjoying here now. First time they've led in the game.
I was talking to Steve Goldstein, was play-by-play for the Florida Panthers television. He said he has never seen Florida give up so many odd man rushes.
Shot from the slot area goes off a stick up into the screen as well. Well, that's exactly what you were pointing out.
He said,
so
usually he said, you get a 2-1 lead early in the second. It's difficult for the opposition to generate scoring opportunities. And the Leafs, Florida's got something to do with it, but the Leafs have really been quick.
At the point of drive, big save by Wall, and a diving save by Wall with the paddle down. Barkov in the corner, trying to work back to the net. He's knocked down. Tanev takes his man wide. It comes back to the point. Shot by Mikkola was blocked, and the Leafs are going to get it out at center. Verhaeghe turns back at his own blue line. Verhaeghe waits for teammates to change and then flips it in. Tanev, a glance over the shoulder, took a hit there. The centering pass is caught by Wall, but Tanev is slow to get up.
Boy, that was right close to being in the numbers as well as Tanev. And you'll remember a game in Boston, he was injured on a very similar play. And Tanev goes right to the Leaf bench and is doubled over.
He has been a warrior, though, the entire season.
The way he plays, from blocking shots to the physical side. He puts a lot of hard miles on that body.
Sure has. I have said many times, he is the most valuable player on this team this season. Panthers keep the puck in. It goes off an official and comes in front in the backhand. Goes high off a body up into the screen and out of play.
Everything becomes magnified now, but the Florida Panthers, that push has come early here in the third period. That time it was Brandon Carlo tried to go high off the glass, couldn't get it out.
Leafs play it out at center, off a stick and towards the net. Scooped aside by Bobrovsky. Played to the line and now racing down the right wing is Samoskevich. He had it roll off his stick and then a big collision in the corner with Scotty Lawton. But it comes back to the point, a shot. That goes high and wide over top of the net. Lawton getting to the puck and getting it elevated. It'll be an icing, but the Leafs are getting into that dangerous spot of playing a lot in their own end. Now, they've been very good at it over the year, whereas we've seen teams that get forced to play that way and have not been very good.
And it's been the Florida forecheck.
Draw to the right of Wall. Lawton taking the face-off against Lundell. And Lawton won it cleanly. Carlo plays it off the boards, past the defense, out, and the Leafs get a much-needed change. To the near boards. A hit there by Holmberg, and it's cleared back down into the zone, and Marchand lets the puck go, and a centering pass was deflected wide. Another shot in front, they score! Anton Lundell coming out of the corner was right at the right spot at the right time to deflect it past Wall, and this game is tied 3-3.
You could feel it coming. Florida shooting from everywhere, in on the forecheck, and this is a puck goes across front of Wall to the right wing boards. Aaron Ekblad jumps down the right wing side and then rifles it towards the front of the net. And I don't know if this goes off Oliver Ekman-Larsson first before it's knocked in.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I think it does. Yep.
But we're tied again.
Tanev sends it back down into the Florida zone. Leafs have got to get some offense going here as the shot went wide of the Florida net. Shot then by... They score! Holy mackerel! A seeing eye bullet from Nick Marner
Might want to restart the PlayStation because this isn't very realistic. Mitch Marner, I don't think there's much of a screen. I don't know if this goes off something, but the Leafs ring it around the boards. Marner rushes to the right wing boards above the face-off circle and just flings the rolling puck. No, this doesn't touch anybody and beats Bobrovsky far side, blocker side. But it's up on in when he throws it to the net. And very quickly, remember I said this feels like the 90s? Might be the 80s.
I'll tell you how quickly. 17 seconds quickly. Played down into the Toronto end, and an icing call coming here against Florida. My goodness.
Well, the Leafs have 4 goals and 17 shots. And this has got to be devastating for Florida. They come out with all kinds of jump.
This place is jumping. Draw to the right in the Florida zone. Tavares wins it. Nylander into the slot. Gets it back to the point. Shot by Carlo. Is gloved by Bobrovsky.
How about a roller coaster of emotions? 6 minutes and 6 seconds into the third period.
Well, we're going to take a break. 13:54 to go in the third. The Leafs still lead by 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple.
Gear up for an MLS doubleheader this weekend on Sirius XM FC. First, Minnesota United host Inter Miami.
He's in, Messi! Oh yeah! It's a show tonight!
Then,
now that's what I'm talking about. That's an answer. The scoreboard hasn't even refreshed yet. Thank you, Yahoo. Come on, let's go. What a goal. That's what I'm talking about. That's an answer. And here we go. 100,000 subscribers in the bag. Thank you all for being here. A guy, a dad, chasing his dreams and hanging out with the best people from all over the world. Cheers to 100,000 insiders. Let's go. There we go. There we go. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready, insiders? Here we go. Oh, wait, stop. Before we do this, I got to start the Dallas Stars and the Winnipeg Jets live. Here we go. Oh, my God. There's all the super chats rolling in. 100,000. There it is. Let's go, baby. I'm a little bit excited. I've been shaking it around a little bit. Woo! All right. Now it's time to put the happy shirt on. Come on, buds, up 4-3. Let's go. OG insiders, are we ready? All right. And there's my microphone there inside the shirt. Now it's I love this jersey. And I am happy tonight because our buds are up 4-3. And we just passed 100,000 insiders. Let's go, buds. We'll see you back in the chat. Go, Leafs, go. 100K. Let's go. Go, Leafs, go. Let's get another one.
Draw one by Toronto. A long shot. It's thrown aside by Bobrovsky, but that was
Brandon Carlo.
Carlo thinking, well, Marner could do it.
Can lightning strike twice?
Played by Riley, off a stick and into the Florida zone. Played around the boards by Forsling and to the line, but not out. Oliver Ekman-Larsson backhands it into the corner, but the Panthers get it out, and Ekblad comes to center and flips it in off the glass. Played around back of the net. The Leafs have time and space, and the pass comes out at center. Pacioretty just gets it down to the Florida blue line. Panthers back trying to shoot it in, but it ends up going into the bench. And backup goaltender Matt Murray, who is dressed tonight, replacing Anthony Stolarz. No idea how long Stolarz will be incapacitated, but he was at the breakfast with the team the next morning and joking with Carlo and whatnot. So you don't know how serious it is, but he is not dressed tonight.
Which would give you the indication it's obviously not minor.
No. Panthers send it into the zone. Here's Bennett at the point, sending it high off the glass behind the net to the far side. Schmidt plays it along the wall, but it's cut off there by Brandon Carlo. Lorenz couldn't, or at least Yarncrook couldn't get it up the boards, but now Riley gets it ahead for Lorenz. He had it knocked away, but the Leafs get it out, and it is sent by Yarncrook down into the zone. Out of the net, Bobrovsky, but the Leafs get there first on the boards with Lorenz trying to free it up. Sends it towards the net where it was caught by Bobrovsky and thrown aside. And out at center ice it comes, and the Leafs have it again. Change of players for Toronto. On the right wing side, Tanev off a stick and into the zone. 12:19 to play, third period. Leafs 4, or the Panthers 3. Puck down in the Toronto zone. Tanev taken to the boards, but makes the play to get it on the wing. And now it is Matthews trying to pry it up the boards, but having difficulties with it. It comes to the point. Long shot. That was blocked. Centering pass off a skate to the near boards. Leafs still in their own zone. Battling on the wall is Reinhart. Matthews trying to get it freed up for Nyes. Can't do it. Matthews finds an opening and gets it back to the defense. And it is McCabe banking it ahead for Nyes, who gets it down into the Florida zone. Panthers go back with Mikkola circling around the net and starting out with it. Through center. Shot into the Toronto end. Wall can't get it to slow it up as it comes to the near corner. Down into the corner is Luosterainen, back of the net for Lundell. Lundell tries to center. Oliver Ekman-Larsson takes it to safety, pounds it off the boards to center. Bobby McMahon gets it the rest of the way into the zone, and Domi almost stole it. But it brought back by Florida. In on the left wing. Trying to play it around the boards. It's going to come to the near side to Anton Lundell. Sent back the other way, and Domi along with Oliver Ekman-Larsson get it to center, but Pontus Holmberg couldn't come up with it. Now Holmberg does, in across the line for Bobby McMahon. Holmberg trying to poke it free for him again, but it's cleared to the line and out. Riley waits for teammates and brings it right back in again and plays it into the right wing corner for Tavares. Tavares in against the boards was drilled, but it is lost high to center ice by Florida, and Bennett, or check that, Kachuk couldn't come up with it. Again to center ice for Nylander. To Tavares, who plays it deep into Florida territory. A running hit there by Pacioretty didn't connect. Far corner, there's Nylander stealing. Willie in the corner getting it back to Carlo. He couldn't get a good shot away, and it's cleared ahead at center. Kachuk trying to work in. Carlo catches up to him. The puck into the slot area drive. Big save by Wall. Holy Mackinac, Joey Wall comes up huge with the right pad.
His best and biggest save of the playoffs, Mackie Samoskevich. Looks like he's got an open net to the right of Wall, who somehow extends the right pad to get a piece of it and put it up over the glass.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leaf Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet365.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Leafs. Holy Mackinac, we've passed 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider. The Playoff Pulse campaign is unstoppable. Your support means 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue keeps helping sick kids with life-saving care. Let's aim even higher. Subscribe now and join this amazing community making a difference. Together, We're showing SickKids the power of sports fans worldwide. Let's keep growing this global community.
Local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
9 minutes and 59 seconds to go in the third period in the face-off in the Toronto zone after an enormous save from Joey Wall. Matthews scrums the draw. McCabe takes it to the boards, trying to kick it up on the wing, and Marner starts out with it. Marner will get it back to the near boards and play it out at center, and Nyes chops it the rest of the way into the zone. Matthews chasing after Jones, but can't get it away from him. Seth Jones with speed through the neutral zone. Shot into the Toronto end. Tanev is there again to take it into the corner. Matthews trying to pry it free as well. Marner unable to get to it. Barkov had it, and now Marner takes a look and just backhands it high into the center ice area. Jones forced back there by Nyes. He's headed to the bench for a change. Pass ahead, broken up at the lead blue line and fed back out at center. Knocked right back in again by Samoskevich, and around back of the net it'll go for Ekblad. He'll get it up on the wing, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson sends it ahead. Played down into the Florida zone. Back of the net, Ekblad trying to play it up the boards and got it knocked out of the air. Shot into the glove of Bobrovsky off the stick of, was that Lorenz? I believe it was.
8:49 to go here. And again, that line is dangerous. And, you know, in game one at this exact same time left in the game, it was a 4-3 Toronto lead. Matthew Nyes put the Leafs up 5-3 before Sam Bennett scored to make things a little too interesting with 1:55 to go in regulation before the Leafs could hold on to close it out.
Face off in the circle to the left of Sergei Bobrovsky. Game 3 will be Friday in Florida. Draw one by Toronto. Carlo with a wrist shot that is gloved and held on to by Bobrovsky. Hey, I got news for you. I had a chance to meet Adam Copeland, who did the great video that my son Sean orchestrated, and he told me if you give me any trouble, he's going to come in and put a double arm bar on you, and that'll be it.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. He is hugely fat. There's a deflection in front of the net. Bobrovsky down. It comes all the way back out and down the ice. He loves the two of us. He's a great guy.
Orangeville native?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Puck out at center ice. Tavares banks it ahead. Flipped in there by Pontus Holmberg. Leafs are changing as it goes around back of the Florida goal, and they're going to launch it high into the neutral zone, and Marchand couldn't settle it down. Leafs will regroup deep in their own zone. Tanev coming out of his own end. Chris Tanev getting to the red line and shooting it in. It goes into the near corner. Panthers trying to play it out, knocked down. Right back into the corner goes Max Domi after it. Domi trying to get it away there from Kulikov. It comes up on the wing and a shot. Oh, and Bobrovsky had to see that through a maze.
Yeah, that
a wrist shot from McCabe.
Yeah, and that had far corner written all over it. The battle in front, and guess who is there for the Leafs? Max Pacioretty. Front of the net, took a defenseman with him. But Bobrovsky peeked around and was able to find it. Boy, the Leafs and the Brennan Carlo point shot went off his shin pad. Bobrovsky was going to his left. Just got his right pad on that. You do feel like the Leafs need another one, though, don't you, Joe?
Nice. Played high to center ice. Tanev is back there again. Got it ahead for Matthews. Chipped ahead for Nyes. Nyes to Matthews in over the line. Matthews squeezes by his man. Got it in front of the net, but it was knocked away before Marner could get to it. Mikkola Up on the left wing, and the Panthers come through neutral ice and backhanded high into the near corner. McCabe got away from a man, but it comes back to the point and it is kept in by Florida. Played into the corner. Round back of the net now for Reinhart. Reinhart on the wall looking for a loose puck, and it's going to be launched high by Matthews down into the Florida end, but no icing. Jones is back. 7 minutes to play in the third. The Leafs by 1. Bennett up on the left wing with a long shoot in that Wall handles easily. Bennett's kind of slid by there, looking to maybe try to take another goalie out. Draw to the right of Joey Wall.
That's one of the things before. This was the Nyes goal in the third period. It was a big collision with Wall and net that you were worried about.
Face-off won by Florida. Punched in along the boards, cut off there by Scotty Lawton. Pushed ahead at center. Here's Lorenz getting it in over the line. Yarncrook can't get to it initially. Played up on the wing, and a big hit there on Tkachuk by Lorenz. Lorenz taken to the boards, but he's working on it and get it back to the point. Oliver Ekman-Larsson back of the net. Yarncrook chips it back from behind the goal again. Now he's after it once more. The puck on the near wing. Florida can't get it by Scotty Lawton. Lawton has it in the near corner. In goes Lorenz to help out. And finally, the Panthers are able to pry it free, and Bennett gets to center and shoots it in, and he's going to the bench. Again, fourth line, stay down in the offensive end, force the offensive line of Florida to defend, and then go to the bench when they finally get it out. Rodriguez back in his own zone. Starts out. Panthers hit red line and now in on the left wing into the Leafs zone. Pass back to Rodriguez to the side of the net. Goes around back of the goal to the near corner. That's drawn a crowd in there. They battle on the boards. Nylander trying to poke it out, and they do. And Tavares is in over the line on the left wing. Oh, and he couldn't pull it back to get around Mikkola. Now, far side, Pontus Holmberg is spun around. 3-on-2 rush here for Florida. Closing. Shot blocked. Rebound in front of the goal. Batted into the corner and saved by Jake McCabe. Here's a race for the loose puck, and now unable to get to it was Nyes. My goodness.
McCabe is lucky he didn't put his hand over the puck, or that's a penalty shot.
Centering pass in the slot. Off his skate. Nyes can't get it out. Here's Luosterainen back to the point of drive, and it's high and wide. Into the corner for Luosterainen. Luosterainen for Florida to Marchand. Round on the boards, it'll come to the near point. Kept in there by Florida. Marchand with a shot in traffic that's blocked. Leafs need to get it out. They will. Matthews to center. To Nyes. Across the line. Looking for a trailer. Nyes gets by one. Centering pass, and it just was off his stick. Back to the point. It goes to OEL. Far side, and a wrist shot is going to be gloved by Bobrovsky.
This really is, like I said, those cup runs in the 90s going to the Final Four, where there is no one-goal lead that's coasted through the last 12 minutes with no events. This is still back and forth. Great goaltending and great energy in this building.
4:26 to play. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News. And Maple Leaf.
Two music legends honor their hero and friend.
Without Jimmy Buffett, there is no Kenny Chesney. Jimmy's dreams validated my journey and my dreams.
Made it less hypothetical.
The Coral Reefer Band's Mac McAnally and Kenny Chesney share stories and music. Premieres Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Radio Margaritaville, Channel 24, and at home with the SiriusXM app.
Under review.
Hey, hockey fans! Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. The Leafs and the Panthers in game number 2 Let's go. What a night it was in game number 1. And we saw an unbelievable amount of insiders here in the chat all game long. And I have no one to thank but you for hitting that like button, for sharing this link out. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing more hockey fans here to this amazing community, raising money for SickKids Hospital every single game. Now let's get back to the hockey. If you haven't done it yet, please please hit that share button, send it out on social media. Send it out. Let's get more people here. Let's raise a bunch of money for SickKids Hospital. And let's pass 100,000 subscribers. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go. Come on, Willie. Let's keep that goal scoring going.
Just went wide. Joe Woll had to make a big left pad save on a backhand opportunity. This is Florida Panther hockey, isn't it? Forecheck, pressure, and get pucks to the net.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Played by the Leafs off a stick and down the ice. Is it going to be icing? Yes.
3:03 to go here in the third period. Leafs, who trailed twice in this game, 1-0 and 2-1. Now have a 4-3 lead.
Draw to the right. Lawton along with Yarncrook and Lorentz. Lawton scrums the draw and wins it. Carlo plays it to the line but not out. But then Yarncrook did, but he played it too hard. And another icing, and they'll do it all over again. 2:55 to go. No motion from the bench yet. Are they? Yes. Bobrovsky is coming to the bench. With 2:55 to go, Paul Maurice will gamble on 6 attackers.
And it worked in game 1 with Bobrovsky on the bench.
Lawton lost the draw, comes back to the point. Kept in by Tkachuk. Around back of the net, it comes into the near corner. Gobbled up and still held by Marchand. Back to the point to Tkachuk on the left wing, a shot. That went high and wide. It comes to the line but not out. Kept in there by Reinhart. Down around back of the net. Crowd is still into it as it comes to Reinhart. A shot by Jones. Minute 20. Right to the line and in. Shot around the boards. Marner chips it up and shot off escape but not out. Comes to the line, just kept in. Along the boards, Marner gets it out. Nyes couldn't come up with it. Barkov to the line and in. Around back of the net. Matthews off the boards, to the line. Nyes battles, can't get it out. Marchand trying to center. To the near boards, Lundell to the point. Fanning on it. Now a chance to clear. Leafs do get it out and down into Florida territory with 40 seconds left. Bennett lost it. Empty net shot went wide. Icing call.
That was Austin Matthews. We've seen him score from that range before with an empty net. Right at the Leaf blue line, left wing boards. But misses by about 5 feet short side.
We've seen him use an educated pool shot. Timeout. This crowd is just electric.
From game 1 against Ottawa. You know, we've always referred to this as a Saturday crowd. We've seen Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and it feels like a Saturday night here at Scotiabank Arena.
You know, it is proven people with money can still yell.
Yes. or the resale value is
again.
Yes. Yeah, still needed for that.
Hey, you're going to spend that kind of money? Have a hell of a time, and why not? Well, here we go. 33.7 seconds left in the third period. Draw to the right of Wall. Tavares scrums the draw. Puck goes around back of the net for Benoit. Benoit would just like to get it out, but he's flipped it too far, and down the ice it goes for icing.
And the difficult part is here, Joe. Now, Benoit's got guys coming at him, the left wing boards. Your first job is to get it out.
Get it out. Yep. No, you can't.
Second job is hope you don't ice it.
Draw to the right of Wall again. Barkov against Tavares. And Barkov won it. To the point for Jones. Off on the left wing side. Tkachuk with a shot that's wide. Rebound swept in front. Intercepted by the Leafs and get it ahead. They'll get it out at center, but no further. Brought back in with 10 seconds left. Down into the corner. 7. Pound shot blocked wide. It's going to come out. The game is going to win. 2 seconds. 1. It is over. The Leafs will take a 2-0 lead to Florida after a thrilling 4-3 hard-fought decision against the defending Stanley Cup champions.
And the defending Stanley Cup champions gave everything the Leafs could handle. Here in the third period, Leafs had trouble clearing, then they could clear, but they iced the puck, which led to more pressure from the Panthers. But the Leafs, so many people I saw had this series going 5 games to Florida. It ain't going to be that, as the Leafs will move this series to South Florida for games 3 and 4. But I think what you look at, Joe, is you say we saw it with Edmonton and the Los Angeles Kings in the first round. Leafs have just held serve, are still more than likely going to need to steal one in Florida to feel better about their chances of moving on to the conference finals.
But now, Florida has to win 4 out of 5 games.
Yeah, and the pressure's clearly on Florida. Like we said, they got to hold serve. And I guess we can go to the 3 stars first before we start talking about some of the key moments in this game.
They're brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance. It's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today.
I think I'm going to go all Leafs in this one. I know Florida had some players that certainly stood out on the Panther side of things, but I am going to go 3rd star Joseph Wall, who comes in. He wasn't expected to be part of this series, but because of the injury to Anthony Stolarz, came in relief, got the win in game 1, and I thought it took him a while to settle down. Once we got into the second period, after the Marchand goal made it 2-1 Florida, he came up with some huge stops, especially when the Leafs were protecting the lead late in the third period. So Joey Wall is going to be star number 3. Star number 2, Max Domi. A goal and an assist on the night. and he's somebody that's elevated his game here in the playoffs. And a lot of criticism at times in the first half of the regular season and back-to-back years. But Max Domi, a huge goal in the second period, 2 points on the night. And even though Willie scores another goal, Mitch Marner scores the winner. I said earlier I was wrong in questioning what Max Pacioretty could bring to the Leafs in the playoffs. I thought he would be much like the fourth-line guys. But he has added so much more than that. And offense has been a big part of that. Scored the goal late in the first period for the Leafs to get him on the board. Had another assist. So for Max Pacioretty, 3 games in a row, putting up points, as well as being one of the leaders in hits. So those are the 3 stars. Joseph Wall, star number 3, Max Domi, and Max Pacioretty. So two
Can I
Maxes.
add a fourth?
Sure.
The Leafs defense corps, led by Chris Tanev.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate we got to wait for Chris Tanev to score before
we give him a start.
We give him a start.
Game in and game out, he settles things down back there. That whole defense corps plays a lot like Chris Tanev.
Yeah, and even though they did have opportunities to clear the zone when Florida was pressuring, it wasn't out of panic. It was, it was just, okay, job number 1, get it out. Hopefully it's not icing, but our job isn't to try to lob it out or be cute to get it out of our zone. Get it out first and trust the likes. John Tavares had some big face-off wins in the dying moments of that game as well. So a team effort. I think, certainly when you looked at what happened between Florida and Toronto 2 years ago, I know there's been a lot of personnel changes, but I think a lot of people thought that's what this series was going to be. The Leafs did not score more than 2 goals in a game in that series against Florida, and they've already scored 9 in the first 2 games of this series. So I think both coaches probably would love to see things be a little tighter defensively, but for the Leafs to be able to generate scoring chances off the rush is to me been the biggest surprise through the first couple of games. The other surprise is Sergei Bobrovsky. Mitch Marner scores the winner on a goal that's got to be stopped.
Yeah.
We saw Chris Tanev score on a wrist shot that bounced in from the blue line. Sergei Bobrovsky, I think, is a guy that, from a Florida standpoint, has got to make sure he gets his game back.
Well, it was an interesting night for sure, and we will be with you in 2 nights' time when the Leafs tangle with the Panthers in Florida. 7 o'clock start. We trust that you will join us at that time. We thank you for listening on 680 News Radio. We'll now return to news coverage. For Leafs post-game coverage, you can continue on sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and on the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Good from Toronto as the Leafs win this one by a score of 4-3. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on 680 News Radio and the Maple Leaf Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
There's a Molson with your name.
The drama builds.
Baseball's in full swing.
This ball's gone!
Hear every MLB game on Sirius XM.
And they'll be talking about this one for a long, long time.
Listen to your favorite team all.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. One of the OG insiders. We did it. Insiders. Yeah, you. We did it, and our Leafs did it. 4-3. Our Maple Leafs are the winners tonight. And yes, we are going down to Florida with a 2-0 lead. Let's go, Maple Leafs. Get the happy face on. Yeah, the happy face is on tonight. 100,000. Carmen, I had to pin that. It's true. Dreams do come true, everybody. Dreams come true. I'm sitting here with a smiley face Maple Leafs jersey with the Leafs up 2-0 in the Eastern Conference semifinals, and we just passed 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Let's go. I can't wait to get that plaque. I'm hoping that it shows up before the kids are done with school in a couple of weeks. I'm really, really hoping. And wow, I just have to say that was absolutely insane. YouTube, there's no doubt YouTube did something. because everything was running fine, and then all of a sudden, every single computer that I had was running at 3,000 kbps, which, again, for the not nerds out there, it was not working right. And so I started doing my thing, because that's what I do, and it was not my bandwidth, because during March Madness, we had 5 computers going right here. I have 5 right here, 6, 7, and then a couple. So, it's not the bandwidth. The bandwidth is fine. YouTube had something happening with my streams because it was all 3 until all of a sudden everything just regulated and it was fine. So, I'm assuming it had something to do with 100,000 subscribers. Thank you for helping us get there. I apologize that it kind of screwed up the last couple minutes of the game there. But you know what? That's what I guess we'll have to put up with that. There's Sarah again. Sarah, can you go get me that cake out of wherever it was? The cookie cake from Bella so I can show everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. So my amazing daughter surprised me with a cookie cake, which is my favorite. I'm not a cake guy. And wow, I am the luckiest dude in the world. I have 4 amazing children. That my only goal, honestly, in life, and with this 100,000, is to make sure that they turn into good, responsible human beings. And I think they're doing that, because here is the cake right here. Boom, yeah, show, there it is, 100K. We love you, TSI Mike /dad. But I caught her in the driveway because I saw her dropped off with her friend. I'm like, wait a minute, who's here at the house? What's going on? And then, yeah, there you go. That's a dad dub right there.
But it was everyone's decision. But
it was everyone's, but Belle did it. Oh, so yeah, big look. Thank you, everybody. So thank you to the whole family.
Eyeliner. Do you guys like
Oh,
it?
yeah.
No, that was so bad. So bad.
All right, we're going to eat that and celebrate. We're going to put the post game on. We're going to let the post game run until Frank Trachtenberg comes on. Go Leafs, go. Go TSI, go. Go SickKids Hospital, go. Go you, go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Always reach your goals.
Yeah, you can. I'm proving that to them. That's the biggest one. And you all get to see that here along for the ride. And what a ride it's been, because holy Mackinac, what a group of people we have here on TSI. Thank you, insiders, Miss V, Petey, Carmen, Letty, man, Honorable, Brian Burns, Brandy, Tommy. I love it. Thank you. Brad Smith, where's my t-shirt, Mike? Hey, send me an email, buddy. New 100K t-shirts will be available soon. I sent the email to the team, and they said, oh, yeah, we'll get it going, and it takes about 24 hours. I said, all right, well, we're probably going to be over 100K by then, so get on it. Let's go. Told them 5 days ago, make sure it's ready to go for 100K. Another miss. Anyways, we'll talk about that later. Go Leafs, go! There you go. One last look at the NHL scoreboard. You all have a great night. And, your jersey is disgraceful. K-Dog, your mouth is disgraceful in a chat. That's gross. Remove. Anyways, K-Dog, have a good night, buddy. We're live right now for the Stars and the Jets and the Blue Jays and Angels. Let's go, Blue Jays. Let's get back on track. Go Leafs, go. There you go, Mark. Have a piece of cake for energy. Oh, Mark, I can't wait. I'm taking a day off tomorrow. I am relaxing tomorrow. It's going to be the best day. I'm not getting out of bed tomorrow, other than to set up the streams for tomorrow night here on TSI and SOP Soccer. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Thank you, insiders. Thank you.
Justin Bourne and Sam McKee is next. Thanks for listening to Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
JD Buckus, Justin Bourne, Sam McKee. If you're listening to this on Apple or Spotify, please subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, please bang the thumbs up. Really helps the show. You can follow us on Twitter at JD Bunkus, at JT Bourne, at Sam A. McKee. Hold on against the Florida Panthers. They're up 2-0. Nobody saw this coming. Not even the most optimistic person saw this coming. Sammy, how you feeling?
This is the second round, boys. Like, I am a madman watching these games. If I didn't have to do this show, I promise you, I would have taken Lou Dog for a walk, no phone, last 3 minutes. Yeah. Like, it's just, I don't enjoy the last bits of these games.
You're not equipped for this, eh?
No, it's horribly torturous in every moment of every single one of these games. And we're just talking about the second round. But I got to tell you, fellas, I know this is not the most groundbreaking take. That was a fabulous hockey game.
True.
That was an incredible playoff hockey game that had a little bit of everything, had some insanely bad reffing, had physicality, had great goals, had hatred. Like, if you're a neutral and you just get to enjoy that game from the outside without the crippling stress of trying to watch the Leafs guide that over the line, that's one of the best games I've seen all year in a great playoff season so far. But man, full credit to the Leafs. What a third period by them to respond immediately. The biggest goal of Mitch Marner's career. But man, what a game. So what a game.
I don't think people understand how hard it is to get the details of defensive coverage right and the speed that game is happening at. And for everyone to consistently on both sides of the puck be in the right spots, but be working hard, fighting for every inch. There's puck battles all over the place. That, I know it ends up 4-3, but that is an elite defensive battle, that hockey game. And the Leafs can hang in those games now. And that's part of the many developments of this team is they didn't play the best game they played all season, but they took Florida's best punch, or at least a damn good Florida punch, and they can hang now.
That was the most impressive thing to me tonight, is that I think that's as good as Florida can play.
Might be.
Yeah. And Toronto won. And it didn't feel fluky. Like, if you're looking at this, shot share, 5-on-5 expected goals, like all that different stuff, it ends up being in Florida's favor. But again, this is a team that is comfortable with letting you shoot. This is a team that has always been, all season long, been comfortable in game situations like this. Borny, like, you're bang on. They took Florida's best punch, and the entire game, they look like they belong.
Yeah. I mean, Bunk, there's so many things where it's like, we've laughed in the first round where it's like, yeah, the other team carried the expected goals and the shot attempts and the whatever. They blocked 41 hits. They blocked 26 shots. They did playoff stuff. And, you've got Matthews looking like, as you've joked in the past, Sam, like Jordan Stahl, Barkov nowhere to be seen by and large outside of a power play wrister. And the rest of the team is kind of doing it. Like, there's still another gear from them offensively. So I think a lot of encouraging things. And hey, don't let Joseph Woll get hot. Don't let him get hot.
So yeah, the defensive stuff to me is, the center of the ice, like, which used to be the Autobahn in years past with the Toronto Maple Leafs, is now the 401 at 4:00 on a Tuesday. Like, there's no move. Like, you can't get there.
Yeah.
Like, they were firing pucks around that last, I don't know how much time was left within the last 2 minutes when they pulled the goalie or whatever. And listen, they're firing shots, and as a fan, every shot that goes by the net, you pucker up a little bit, but none of it was really threatening. Like, the one they really had, they scored on the one, and the save that Wall extended his toe were two of the ones that were really, really threatening. But outside of that, it was just wristers from the outside, hoping for a bounce. Some of them hitting the end glass because of the coverage. Like, the defensive work, like you said, Borny, in the defensive zone in the third period, it's just night and day. And I saw, was it P.A. Parento on your show today, Bunkus? Yeah. Night and day? It is night and day. The defensive work is just absolute night and day from years past.
Yeah, they can battle with a team like the Florida Panthers. And that's the thing that I keep coming back to, is that you do not look overwhelmed. This was not a scrambly game. Like, Borny, you said, like, don't let Joseph Woll get hot. I think Woll was good in this game. He came up with some crucial saves.
Yeah.
I thought he settled into it as the game went on, because to me, maybe a little bit of projecting, but I thought that there was a little bit of worse play earlier in the game. And as it went on, he just started to look better and better and better. But to me, one of the major stories in this is that this wasn't a Joe Woll against the Edmonton Oilers on a Saturday night bailing you out with 12 10 bell saves. this was the kind of game that you're supposed to play in front of a backup goaltender, and you just happen to have an elite one.
Yeah. I'm waiting on the final report from Sportlogic, but right now I got it at 10-8 for the Leafs. So not a ton. And Sam, your point about the Autobahn odd man rushes 6-3 for the Leafs. Mm-hmm. So, I think it's a bit easier to goaltend in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say,
no doubt about it.
I just, I've been really, really falling in love with Craig Berube over these playoffs. Was up and down throughout the year in terms of some of the stuff that he did and some of the messaging and just kind of getting to know a coach. But you have to say that all the messaging all year long and the consistency and just the commitment to playing the way that he wants them to play, you're seeing the fruits of that labor. You are seeing what he has wanted all year long and what he used the regular season as a teaching ground to figure out how to play in these games. And this game looked a lot like a lot of the regular season games, just turned up the intensity 50 to 100%, right? Like it's just a more intense game, but they just played so well defensively. And this is what he preached all year. And now they're applying it in the biggest games. And I couldn't be more excited about it. Like I'm over the moon about that win tonight. That's the best win in this era of Leafs hockey. Like it really is.
Yeah. I think that you felt that in the crowd tonight.
Yes.
Right? Like there was
the crowd's been by a mile.
The crowd was unbelievable. But so I've been trying to put my finger on some of the reasoning for the way the crowd is. And to me, a lot of it in terms of soliciting opinions from a lot of people who go to these games and just from watching literally all of them from my entire life. I think a big part of it is just that there's this huge fan trauma of not really fully wanting to buy in, of tightening up and puckering up. And when you watch this team play this way, and you watch them respond multiple times in this hockey game, right? Like you guys are talking about the defensive stuff. To me, the most impressive thing in this game, like it was just the way that Toronto responded, where Florida goes up, Florida scores, Toronto's right back on their ass, giving it right back to them and never shrinking and never fading away from the fight. But the fans responded to that. It was almost as though something was unlocked with them tonight. Like they started to believe again. They started to feel optimistic again. They allowed themselves to start to hope again, rather than just sitting there tentatively feeling like the world will eventually fall apart. That is such a big difference with this team.
100% agree with that. I will say that I think there were some moments after Florida scores first, kind of a soft wrister that you don't necessarily think should beat Wall. There's some uneasiness in the building. The power play sputtering, and they put the second unit out there. And this guy, Max Pacioretty, with he's now turned into physical guy, sort of puck possession guy, not necessarily old Max Pacioretty, but old Max Pacioretty. I guess young Max Pacioretty. I'm kind of getting mixed up here, but young Max Pacioretty pops up in front of the net.
Is he young? Is he old? What is
I don't know,
he?
whatever.
Ageless?
Like I'm twisted in circles, boys. I'm still recovering from those last 2 minutes, but it's an all-world tip.
Yeah.
Between his legs, up over the shoulder. And, you get one, you settle the team down going into the intermission. You go 1 for 3 on the power play instead of 0 for 4. Or no, so you go, it 1 for 3 instead of 0 for 4? The power play feels better. I know the first unit didn't look great. It just looks better. You go into the end of the period, just feeling good about yourself. And how many good things can you say about Max Pacioretty? Can we say them all?
He puts the MP in MVP. He was so good, man.
That's pretty good.
Truly awesome.
And
it's fun to see.
And the guy is playing like a guy that knows he's got a second life here. And it's just, he was gone for he talked about before this series started, or at the start of the playoffs, that he thought he was done multiple times, where he's I had multiple conversations about retiring. He's got a new lease on life. We obviously, you never know how long this will last for him, but right now he has been awesome. And this is a huge goal for the Leafs, fellas. I love him firing it in after it already goes in too, for good measure. Awesome game for Pacioretty. They moved him down a little bit later in the game, but huge goal by him.
Yeah, on the list of things that have been pleasant surprises, you look at the amount of small area passing the Leafs do to create space against this hard-checking Florida team. That's something that we were critical of. Kip, in particular, on our show is critical of their inability to pass the puck in and around traffic, and Florida comes at you fast. So what do? You got to slip it by them. I mean, there's no better example of that than the Domi goal, where Lawton makes a nice play, a little touch to Riley, a little touch to Lorentz, a little touch to and this goal is another example of just moving it away from the defense. So, there are certain elements. They are the same team. Here's the play here. Watch the amount of little plays that have to happen. Little play kicked out to the wall, a flip, a little pass, and another pass. Like this.
So there's a couple things for me with Pacioretty. One is, in terms of the best adjustments of the postseason, I tweeted this during the game, but like Berube going to Pacioretty instead of Kampf, or going away from Robertson and sticking with it after a bad Pacioretty game, it's the adjustment of the postseason so far. It's not the Oilers going to Calvin Pickard and just outscoring their problems every single night. It's this. Like, this has been the move of the postseason. He's got 6 points in his last 3 games. And they've all been quite impactful.
Yeah, including a series-winning goal with 4 minutes left against the Ottawa Senators when they were about to blow it again.
Exactly. And the thing that just really strikes me about him is a couple of things. One is the most obvious thing that was there all season, right? Just the fearlessness with engaging in the physical stuff. Mm-hmm. And even on that power play goal, he's the guy that gets in there. He's the guy that bumps somebody and helps create the turnover. Again, first guy in on the forecheck. How often is he that on his line, right? Just flying in there, making sure that he marks someone, finishing his check and creating some chaos. But to like your second point there, Borny, this is the thing that actually encouraged me amongst on the highest on the list in terms of things that were really impressive with the Leafs tonight. Early on in the power play, you can see how Florida's aggression with their forwards is just taking away time and space from the Leafs up top. They want to have Marner up there. They want to be able to have him dance around a little bit, be able to filter pucks towards the net, be able to filter it over to Nylander, pass it over to Matthews, be able to move the puck around. But at times, it has moved quite slowly. And one of the adjustments that I thought they made as a unit, and why it started to get a little bit more dangerous as the game went on, and ultimately the second unit gets rewarded for it, is exactly what you're talking about. Those like short area passes, but also just quick decision-making, not holding on to the puck, not trying to overthink the play, just move it. Get it to the open man, move it quickly, and get your opportunities. And I thought that they started to do that a lot better tonight.
Yeah, a lot of that comes too from, establishing a shot at some point too, but you can take advantage of that aggression by trying to stretch them out a little bit, and they're going to chase you out to the boards, they're going to chase you up to the blue. There should be room in that bumper, but you look at it on film enough times, you just have to know you have no time. And you're right. They did make that change and start moving it a little bit quicker. And yeah, man, if they get the power play figured out, there's a few things that you think there's still, like I said, there's still more to come from the Leafs.
It is a brilliant strategy, though, by the Florida Panthers, who have played so many games against the Leafs and seen this power play so many times, where they know they don't want to be urgent at all. Like the Leafs power play, it's been better in the playoffs with the urgency, and like they've scored some quick ones against Ottawa. But at their core, they want to dust it off a little bit. They want to feel it. They want to snap it around. And they've really taken advantage of that through the first 2 games, where they're making them make quick decisions and the decisions aren't really working well. But you're right. They did adjust towards the, I think the last one. Was it their last one?
They just started to get better. Like they just started to move the puck a lot more quickly, and it didn't feel as though Florida was able to press up on Marner against the boards, was able to just go out and cause those puck battles to be at the top of their blue line, with him in particular holding on to the puck.
Yeah. So I was really, really impressed with that second unit coming on quickly, getting that goal, helping Savvy out get that 1 for 3 up there. So it looks good on the stats. But
mentally, don't you guys just think, even though it wasn't the first unit, not having to answer questions about the power play being 0 for 9, which is what it would have been if they don't score, is again a lift for these guys. It's just the things that keep moving in the right direction for them in terms of the ghosty stuff, the things that pop up where you go, here we go again. It started to feel that way with the power play before that Pacioretty goal.
If you believe in ghosty stuff, that the guy wearing 67 is on fuego is gotta be something.
It's 100% something.
It's good for the our boy Hockey Illuminati. It's good for the portal. Let's just say it's very good for the portal.
It's unbelievable for the portal. Like, it's like he is what's the main key called? Oh God, I'm very blanking on this.
Yeah,
he's the master key. Like it's just he's the master key. Yeah. He's the keystone. Whatever you want to do, it's like for the portal, 67 being red hot and scoring these goals is massive. I want to go back though for a sec before we get into the other stuff, Borny, and ask you a question about the first goal that goes in against the Leafs, because I think that a lot of people will look at this and say, "Hey, this is a bit of a soft one from Joe Woll." I think it's a good shot, but I want to ask you in particular about Matthews on this play and what his responsibility is to be, because my understanding is that he's supposed to be in tighter on the guy he has the face-off with.
Yeah, it wasn't power play, was it? Was it 5-on-5?
Yeah, this is a power play.
Yeah. So not on a PK. No, a centerman would release the center and go to his spot. So not necessarily. I think, to be honest, guys, I think it's everyone's kind of where they're supposed to be. Just shoots it kind of through them there.
Yeah.
I don't. No one to pin that one on. And is it that bad on Woll? What did you guys think?
That's a very in style shot right now. The low glove, hard snap. Listen, it's Barkov from the, middle of the circle. You'd like a save, but I mean, you're not going to kill him for it. He made some saves later in the game. Like I would have liked it. I thought it didn't. Here's what I'll say.
Thought the second one was worse.
I was definitely pretending to be very confident in Joseph Woll going into this game, be like, yeah, he's a good goalie, he's fine. But in the back of my mind, be like, God, I wish Stolarz was starting tonight. I'll say that didn't help my confidence. Let's just say that.
Yeah. It's through a body, but ultimately he's got to be able to track that to me. Like you'd like a save there, but it's not a backbreaker. It's not one that I look at and go, oh my God, I can't believe he let that one in. I just thought that Matthews sort of ended up a little bit in no man's land. And I wondered if he was supposed to be marking 16, who ends up walking into it and getting a little bit too much space for me. Okay. So that ends up happening. Leafs end up scoring their power play goal in response, but it's probably time to highlight William Nylander, who now has 6 goals in the postseason for this team and who continues to just be the finisher. Guy was second in the NHL in goal scoring this season. And we've often talked about how, the Oilers stars, they elevate. The Oilers stars, they show up in these big moments. This is just another all-world finish from William Nylander where it's in tight, knows exactly what to do with it. And gave this team what I really do think was, I thought it was the biggest goal of the game.
Yeah, it's funny. By the way, he hacks that up to his stick and then hand-eyes it like it's
so sick.
Elite talented play. Andy outskates Mikkola, who's going full tilt. Also great pass. But a lot of times we do this thing about how have the core 4 performed in the playoffs, and it's like I saw they put up the stat that he has 16 points in his last 10 playoff games. You may want to tease him out of the pack here a little bit as someone who he's
definitely
really elevated his game with consistency.
Definitely starting to separate himself.
He's going full Draisaitl right now. Like this is put the team on the back situation. And you have to give credit to Marner though tonight, boys. Like I don't think that line is particularly threatening offensively right now. And I know the defenders will say that they're carrying their weight big time defensively, all the defensive zone, starts, but he does respond by shooting one off the post in the third period when it ends up being the winner. So
23 is right where he should be again.
So Nylander has been really, really great, and he has clearly been the Leafs' best player in this series. And towards the end of the last series, scores 1 in Game 6, 2 in Game 1, 1 tonight. I've loved his game, and I think this ties him now with McDavid for the playoff lead in points. So another amazing Nylander night.
Yeah. So that one there, you got Nyes on the forecheck. Matthews makes the quick play to get it back to the point. Nyes goes to the net after. Marner whips it on. So they do get it themselves on the board, and I think that's important for them, just to see some numbers and kind of keep up with things offensively. That's obviously good news. At some point, I do want to talk about the Panthers and what they've got going.
Yeah. Let's get to that next. I just want to finish on the top line here because Marner does get this goal and it is a big one for him. He mentions in the postgame that it's very special right after having his child. He pulls the Fred VanVleet, right?
Yeah.
Score a big bucket right after having your child.
Yeah.
I wonder what you guys think about this. I actually think that 23 and 16 were fairly solid tonight overall. Like Marner, even aside from the goal. And just Nyes to me is just like one of the most consistent players on the team. I know exactly what I'm going to get from him just about every single night. It's really 34. Like if you're circling one guy that's not giving you anything, I'm not putting them as a group. I'm just sort of putting it as one dude.
Yeah, I've got two thoughts on that. First is the Marner thing. What I really liked about him tonight, and I've often complained about him getting touches in the D zone going the wrong way. He didn't tonight. He had a couple times where he started to cut back and he'd burn a guy and he'd take it up and he went forward with it. And I was like, yes, like if he takes it forward, I'm in. I totally like it. The Matthews joke that I made about the Stahl thing before, he is doing so many things that are good, that are not scoring, but he can't not have any offensive impact. You know what I mean? Like he is blocking shots and he's holding Barkov down. I can find 10 plays in that game where I'm like, God, that doesn't happen without Matthews. So good, but there's just no offense, and it has to be offense.
He is out of this world defensively right now.
Yes.
Like it's really impressive how good Matthews is defensively, but like they don't pay a 13 schmil to be Philip Deneau. So at some point here, it's going to start entering the net for him. And he had a couple of looks tonight. I mean, the audacious through the leg attempt on his first or second shot, I was like, okay, we're doing that here or whatever. But like the one play, I don't know when it was, but like, was it the third period when they kind of had it was at the start of the third period where they had a pseudo 3-on-2 and he just like skates by the net and then tries to do a weird like wraparound shot into the pads. Like here, I think this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you're watching on Sportsnet Plus or YouTube,
he's trying to corral this.
But
one,
like, look at
right?
Like it's just, I don't know.
He
It's
looks
not landing on his stick.
offensively.
It's not landing on it. Yeah, exactly.
He looks like he's pressing for his offense. And I actually thought that the biggest example of it tonight wasn't that play. It was the fact that he took that look at the empty net and he iced the puck in what was a brutal situation to shoot it because he actually had time and space. And I'm going, man, this guy's so horny just to have
wants
a goal.
one to go in.
Yes.
Yeah, that he's taking an extremely risky icing play, and good for Tavares because he won the draw right after, and then Benoit just immediately iced it again, where they lost the face-off. But I thought that shot by Matthews in particular reeked of a guy who's like, I just need this to not be a thing. I need to be able to see a goal go in the column.
You know, there was a great example of how he's played for me was the one where he outskates and outmuscles Barkov along the wall, pushes down the lane towards the net and drives and tries to make a sauce to Marner, and it doesn't work out. And it's like not many guys on the whole rink could do what he did to get into the spot he got into. But then he's just got no finisher, no end to the whole deal. And he hasn't in playoffs so far yet. So
he, like when he's going,
great. He's got no out pitch.
That's exactly it. He's setting it up. He's getting it to 2-2, and then he's throwing two balls.
Yeah,
and it's just like it's 3-2 count again.
he's Bowden Francis out there right now.
He's sweating.
I like that play you pointed out there, Borny. It's such a great play where he muscles by on the sideboards, and when he's going well, he kind of makes it look like he's going to pass it over, and then he does that cheeky hard onto the ice where it just like it goes in all the time, and he's just not confident offensively. He definitely needs the proverbial puck off the ass into the net goal to kind of.
Okay, so that's the best point, Sam. Is like the Leafs aren't where they are right now without him and the way he's played. However, if he wants to score goals for them, he needs to be a little bit of Matthew Nyes where he can be at the net front and fall on one and tip one in. When he had a 69 goal season, I want to say he tipped in like 17 pucks.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. Go to that part of the rink a little bit here until you find a few.
Yeah. But Borny,
I do want to point out though, just to finish off that, like he is dominating defensively. So you have to give him credit for that. Like he's out of this world defensively. So
his import to the team is obvious.
Yes.
There's just no question about it. He is doing a lot of positive things. This isn't like a rail on the guy, he's killing them segment. It's that if you're looking at things about this team that are encouraging, you've got all these boxes where it's like Nylander's flying for you. All of a sudden, the Domi line looks incredible. The blue line is holding up to be exactly what you expected it or dreamed that it could be after the trade deadline when you looked at all the pieces on paper and went, oh, this might work. They lost their goaltender and they have the other guy who's a stud. And you always dreamed that, or you thought anyways, that at some point they were going to have to use both goalies. Like everything is there for them.
Yeah.
It's simply, can you unlock 34 to a point where he's doing those defensive plays, but chipping in a goal at like, what is every second night supposed to be some massive expectation for the guy that, again, is the number one goal scorer 5-on-5 since he entered his career or he started his career? It's not. And if you think about that, it's like, my God, what is this team if all of a sudden Austin Matthews feels threatening and dangerous and that line's coming over the board and producing offense? Anyway, Borny, you wanted to talk about the Panthers. I'm guessing you're going to be talking about the Marchand line.
100%. And Marchand in particular. Like, that is all they got so far, and that is the best Brad Marchand game you're going to get. You know, if you want to talk about pitchers, he had his best stuff tonight. You know, touch the goalie, draw a penalty, kick out another guy's legs, score a goal, get an assist, talk after the whistles. That's everything Florida wanted to get from 63, and really effective. For them to still lose the Marchand game, I'm encouraged by that. But that line, there hasn't been an answer from the Leafs as of yet.
I thought he was their, I think pretty fair to say he was their best player tonight.
Unquestionably.
Yeah. He's just he had a chance too late in the third.
Love Lawton, by the way.
Oh yeah. But he had a chance late in the third that the puck kind of came out to him in front of the net and he didn't quite get anything on it, kind of trickled off his stick. And I literally exclaimed, "Not him!" Like, out loud. I said, "Not him!" out loud. Like, he is in my head rent free. Like, this guy, the conditional second from Boston. It's like, did you really just let him finish his career a Bruin? Did you really have to do this? Like, thanks a lot. Like, thanks a lot, Sweens. You really had to do that, eh?
Buddy, both their deadline acquisition, like, Seth Jones has been awesome for them as well. Like, very, very good. Played, I think, the most minutes out of any defenseman that they had tonight. But that pickup is insanely good. And Wool's best save of the game came on Marchand. Like, huge, massive kick save. Yeah, the kick save that he made on Brad Marchand from a Brad Marchand sweet spot was probably the moment where I went, "Oh, right, Wool is really good."
Yeah. And to be honest, I love that it was not great, you know, in relief and a little shaky early, and he kind of found it as this game went on. You got to feel like going into tomorrow's little like half skate they're going to do or whatever. I guess they're in Florida, maybe not.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's on the plane feeling pretty confident, I would imagine, tonight.
That line, though, if you're the Panthers, like, if you look at the minute distribution for them, they're all at like 15, 16 minutes. They're still riding Barkov to the tune of 20 plus. Borny, you think that there's maybe an adjustment to try to find them a little bit more ice, or is this just purely matchup dependent?
Sorry, who's only at 20 minutes?
No, 20 minutes is Barkov, right?
Okay.
They're still giving Barkov his 20.
Yeah.
But the line with Lundell, Listerinen, and Marchand is still 16. Sitting around 15, 16 with those guys. And I was a little curious that they didn't have that number a little bit higher given how they were going.
Yeah, it's a good point, Bunk. I don't know that those guys have that, right? Like, you know how you love certain guys at certain minutes, but you're not sure that if they could do it for 20 minutes or 22 minutes, they'd be all-stars. I'm not sure that they believe that those guys are those guys. But one thing I do like for the Leafs is the ice time distribution in Florida is not comforting if you're them. Like, Boqvist plays 5 minutes for them tonight. Schmidt plays 11 minutes. You know, Jones is 27. They're kind of all over the map a little bit. And as the series goes on, you know, 3 deep, you know, playoff runs, and you wonder if there's some wear on that group on the other side.
It feels like they only trust 4D.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Can we continue Cats
it's pretty
talk
noticeable
here?
For a group that was just, sorry, what did you say? Max talk?
Cats talk. Just continue Cats
talk.
Yeah,
no, Cats talk is very relevant to me right now. I just, like, to kind of close that point about that line. Borny, you have the slot chances, right? You bring up the sports logic.
Yep.
How many of those slot chances were that line tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone?
Yeah, like every single one of the slot chances that they had was that line. I genuinely can't remember a guy that wasn't one of those three getting an opportunity from in close, in tight like that.
It's crazy after all the talk after game one, guys. Like, did Sam Bennett play?
So that was what I was going to bring up. You know, there's all the talk about retribution and how do you get back. And you beat them, and he looks brutal. He's
-2 in 17 minutes.
Yeah, 17 minutes, not noticeable at all.
One shot.
Like even his physicality, the only thing I saw him do was he got in the little battle on the sideboards in on the power play, and he kind of tripped up somebody. It wasn't a penalty or anything, but like outside of that, I barely noticed him. I think Kachuk's been brutal through 2 games. I think he was -2 again tonight, if I'm not mistaken. He was -2, 18-30. Like, they're not getting a lot from those 2 guys. I don't think that's going to continue. But you've got a couple brutal games from those guys, and you've taken it. You've got a brutal game from Kachuk for 2. Obviously, Sam Bennett was really good in the first game, but you've taken advantage of those guys not being at their best. Like sometimes in years past, guys aren't at their best, and it's a bad bounce, and a bad player scores a goal, and you lose, and you've taken advantage of them not being at their best. But yeah, Sam Bennett, that's how you get back at him. You don't do anything dumb, and you beat them, and he looks bad. That's the ultimate revenge right there.
I'm glad you brought up this point because I was thinking about it tonight, how I knew that they weren't going to go into this game and send somebody after Sam Bennett, right? Like there's all these people, frankly, I'm sorry, but you're really exposing yourself as a casual if you thought that Ryan Reeves was going to come in this hockey game.
If I got one more DM about that, I was actually going to have
people said that?
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, I got at least 25 DMs.
You're not in the mud like the boys.
No,
you don't.
No, we're mud boys. Me and Monk are mud boys.
You're the mud boys.
We're in the mud. I keep the DMs open. I respond to just like everybody. Yeah. I would say that the 2 most common but horrific and just like overused takes right now. One is there's like this small faction of people who are still pining for Nick Robertson, and they're like, take Holmberg out, and I don't know what they're watching because Holmberg's been awesome for this team. Yeah. He's just consistently very, very good. He took a penalty tonight, but he's doing just everything they're asking of a player in that role to do, and he's doing it well. And I actually think that he is playing with a bit of an edge. But the other one that the Mud Boys are dealing with right now is that people wanted Ryan Reeves in this game, or they thought, hey, but don't you just put him out there and make a statement and have him grab someone? I was like, no, I didn't even want anybody to try to fight Sam Bennett. I thought that the crowd would go crazy if like Simone Benoit decided that, he was going to engage him, or Scott Lawton or something like Domi, whatever, right? Like somebody just tries to grab him and tries to fill him in. But to your point, Sam, the best thing for me is just like you ignore it. You pull the full lion doesn't concern itself with the opinions of the sheep and just big dog them in a way of, yeah, we're not worried about that. Because to me, part of the reason why Kachuk is less noticeable, why Sam Bennett has a game like he has tonight where he's less noticeable, is because you're not engaging them in those scrums. You're not firing up their games. You're keeping them nice and cool, exactly what you want to be. You think Matthew Kachuk is going to get intimidated by someone physically in the series that like rabbit punches to him in scrums are going to knock him off his game? Or do you think that they are going to engage him more in the play? And I'm not trying to suggest that the guy isn't like bringing it or trying his damnedest, but you can't tell me that certain players don't get fueled by that type of physical, gritty, 100%. Ugly style of play, and that's exactly what the Panthers want. So one of the big successful markers for the Leafs tonight was your revenge was scoreboard. Your revenge was not, we really cross-checked them, and like none of that crap is going to play for you. You're not the Panthers. You're the Leafs.
Yeah.
But Bunk, in years past, they would get twisted in knots by what the media was saying, what they should do, and Kadri'd elbow someone in the brain or someone would do, and it's just like
it's the coach. The coach doesn't let it happen.
It's a combination of experience and being through these wars and a new coach. And and also the addition of guys like Tanev and even Carlo's been through it. I think it helps. Lorentz won a cup. Ekman Larsson won a cup. They're in the room, it's.
You mentioned Lorentz. I got a few rapid fire things, but the last big point, a slight call out from Berube of the third line today at morning skate. Wouldn't say full, but like mentioned that they need to be in the offensive zone a little bit more, get back to what they did against Ottawa. I thought they were brilliant tonight. I thought Lorentz in particular really stood out. Lawton if we can run the play where they scored the Domi goal, just the little plays made by 2 of the key guys in that line with Lorentz and Lawton. Like, it's obviously an incredible backhand pass by Lawton, but this little play by Lawton at center ice,
right there,
slash, win the puck, quick pass, and then this is a great play, but they just played way more in the offensive zone tonight. They were better in their matchup. Lorentz is physical. Like, I'm really happy that we don't have to have the conversation about, if you lose this game and they're no good again, like how do you got to break it up? Like they had one sort of bad game that they ended up winning, and they go back out there and respond, and they have an awesome game. I thought they were really good tonight, and this line's been key for the Leafs. Great checking line.
100%. Yep. No, I got nothing to add to that, Sammy. It's a big answer for that group.
I got a little something, which is just I just feel as though Max Domi has gotten better as the playoffs have gone on.
Yeah.
You watch him through the first couple of games,
Yes.
and it was genuine nightmare stuff. Like, yes, he scored the big overtime goal in game 2, and that was a massive moment for him, but he was unquestionably the player I feared the most on the ice for Toronto in every game up until game 6 against Ottawa. And through the first 2 games of the series, he's been a positive impact player. Like, I didn't think it was just that goal. I thought it was even, again, if we go back to the power play goal, right, where it's the second unit, he's one of the 2 guys that's in on the forecheck. Borny, you and I have talked about this as one of the points of frustration about his game is sometimes just not simplifying it, not getting the body in enough, trying to hold on to the puck, trying to create too much. And I feel like the thing that's just happened with Max is he, one, is not overwhelmed by these moments whatsoever. It seems like he just absolutely loves the tempo and the energy that's around these games. He's a guy that feeds off the crowd, loves the Toronto energy.
Yeah.
But also that his game has just gone from, hey, I'm going to try to make something happen, to just let the game come to you.
And, he's such a funny combination of like talented and feisty that, when, these games have been emotional and he's motivated, I'm not going to say he's not motivated other times, but like it has pushed him to provide the best version of himself. I've been the number one guy, man. I've been a doubter for sure. And full props, he's changed the things I didn't like. He's playing very well. And now he's a must keep in the lineup guy, where for me, I was hesitant.
Yeah, but this actually goes to the why you were a good video coach. I don't think that this is like, some people be like, you were wrong about Max Domi. It's like, no, I was right.
Totally.
Most right. Yeah, exactly.
People can change.
Buddy, this isn't a situation where those Domi saucer passes through 3 guys are all of a sudden converting at this unbelievable clip. They're absent from his game right now.
He's
They're gone.
skating. You take those things out and he's very effective. So it's been very encouraging on his front.
And that finish is what you pay him the money for, right? That's why you are the 5th highest paid forward, whatever is on the team. Like, you're that guy, because if you get out in transition, which we've always said he's definitely a good transition player, he's got the ability to finish there. And I loved the celebration, by the way. The Yager.
A little Yager salute, was it?
Yager salute. Yeah. And I don't think that was a coincidence, because I saw a photo of his dad out for dinner with Mario Lemieux, and like they've got a very big Pittsburgh connection there as a fan. I think that nod was due to the fact that his dad was
So at the Clark Gillies Foundation event every summer, Ty comes with Mario. They're like besties. So there's definitely some Penguin thing going on.
That's what I mean. Yeah. No. Who's Ty Domi is best friends with everybody who is the best at sports.
Isn't he best friends with like Tom Brady too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got Tom Brady to skate.
Tom Brady comments on Max Domi's like Instagram posts. It's wild. Anyways,
by the way, did you guys see Ty Halliburton's dad, who is not allowed to go to basketball games anymore because he ran on the floor and yelled in the face of
Giannis was on him?
Which again has got to be the craziest thing ever. Like, if you told me there's 15 human beings on the planet that I don't want to run up on and get their face, it's Giannis Antetokounmpo, unquestionably on the list. The kid that grew up in the slums of Greece as like an immigrant who's 6'11" and built like he's made out of granite. So huge heat check moment from that dad. But Ty is the opposite of that dad.
Doesn't care.
Stone cold. Like,
but he
cares.
He doesn't. I know but it just doesn't look like he cares. Like, he just doesn't.
Yeah, no, he's just, man, Berube wants him on the bench.
Goes to great lengths to present to not be that dad.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Berube's like, we got a spot on the bench for you to calm it down.
I got to tell you, McKee, about the Ty thing. I hate it.
Wow, you wish you would sally harder?
Yeah, your son just scored a big playoff goal for the team. You can't smile.
They'll be bigger.
You don't want to be this. I don't know. You want to be this. Here's the thing. If Ty, he's actually already going to be in the clip either way. So you're right. Yeah. He's there. Like, the camera pans to him.
He should just do like a grapes thumbs up to the camera.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I could see it. I could see him as a dad being like, I had my moment. I'm trying to give my son his. Like,
listen, Walt has his moment as a Kachuk too.
yeah, for sure. Like, I kind of see both sides to it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I don't think being enthusiastic for your kid is taking anything away from him, but I can also see that as an uber famous guy who knows Drake, Tom Brady, and Mario Lemieux, or in his like close circle of friends.
He's just
like, I'll keep it cool, keep it calm. I'm not going to try to draw attention. Plus, man, can you imagine what it's like for him at these games in terms of the fans?
Miserable.
Like, you guys have been to games with Kipper.
Yeah.
And he gets mobbed. What do you think it's like for Ty freaking Domi? Like, look at it. He's in the full disguise there.
I'd wear the concrete Halloween mask if I were him.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a rapid fire, but I'm going to
let's just rapid fire. You guys got anything else major you want to do?
Well, I know on the show we don't talk about the refs, but
I actually have the way to frame this question.
I didn't think we were going to see a worse call than Max Domi on Marchand, but that embellishment call is the worst call in the history of hockey.
Just getting drilled between your scapula, face first into the glass.
I tried to look this up but I'm dumb, so I couldn't. I don't know. Is he a diver? Does Rodriguez have the rep? Like, is he lead the league in dives? Is he a dive guy? I don't know if he's got an embellishment record.
He got murdered right in front.
How is that embellishment? That's an insane call. The refs lost control for 8 minutes in this game where things just went absolutely squirrely and then it settled down a little bit. But that really started things. And, Maurice, I'm sure, will have something to say. But you saw him mouth on the bench. Embellishment? Yeah, like embellishment? Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? That was an insane call.
Yeah.
Of all times to make that call.
Yeah, you framed it exactly the way that I would, which is like, if you would have given me like, hey, will we see a worse penalty than the Max Domi penalty? The odds. And you would have even opened up that bet for me. I'd have been like, okay, cool. So I can bet on this. What's the maximum amount that I can bet on this? And then for me to lose that bet a couple of periods later, I'm ruined.
What are they claiming that he did is embellishing?
Holding his face from it hurting against the glass.
Yeah. He literally has
coming out of his ears.
Yeah.
Like when Marge Simpson or Homer accidentally shoots the makeup gun and it like goes whoosh on the wall. That's his face on the glass. And they're like, embellishment. Insane call. And they lost control for a while.
I was thinking it's like cartoons where it's like Wile E. Coyote runs into something and it has the imprint of his body like going through the other side because that's how hard he got hit and they took a penalty. So
5 on 5 after that.
Amazing.
Yeah, Leafs absolutely got away with one there. I don't think that's a major, by the way.
No, it's a 2. It's a solid 2.
But that's a solid 2 with zero embellishment. Okay. Other rapid fires.
Also, I don't want to continue the conversations about the refs, but very, very funny that Wes McCauley came onto the ice as a liney in the third period.
I text you?
I was like, I don't remember what you texted me. What'd you text me? I'll just look quickly.
Wes McCauley. Yeah, you can read it.
It said Wes McCauley. No.
Because Wes McCauley to me is the worst.
Bad for the portal
in all of hockey because he is just this is about me guy. Yeah. And for him to step onto the ice where he's like, I'm here now. I went, oh my God, not this, not like this. There's going to be something that he does. And he's going to be like, can I announce the call? He's like, you're the linesman. Shut up. It scared me. It definitely spooked me a little bit.
Just seeing him, I was like, he's a lineman. Like him not having the orange stripe. I was like, oh my God, thank God.
No
huge
stripe. Dude, it's like, if you know the NBA, it would have been like if Scott Foster just, oh my God, that's Scott Foster's music. And he just emerged in a basketball game. And you're like, we're trying to close out the series. And you brought that ref as the backup. Yeah, like anybody else. Anybody else is fine. This should have just been fan referee over that to me. Like
David Ayers. Ref.
Neutral. Yeah, David Ayers. Okay, Borny, you got a rapid fire?
Nope.
Topic we haven't hit? Okay. Nope. I got a couple of quick ones. A couple of noticeable moments tonight for Bobby McMahon, but still just leaving me wanting.
Oh, he almost scored. Yeah, he poked up that kind of a breakaway, came in flying, and low blocker ripper. He thought went in. See him take the glove off, the stick off the hand. Sorry, the hand off the stick because he thought it went in.
Thought it
didn't go in, but he's been noticeable. But you need to have one enter the net here soon.
One rapid fire that'll tie to that. I read today that Florida over the last 2 years has allowed the most breakaways against of any team in the league. So it's one thing they do defensively, and the Leafs are a team that really exploits that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other rapid fire. I need to comment once again on the crowd because they were incredible.
Stepped up.
They were unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I talked about this today again with PA Parento, where I was asking about playing in playoff series and what it's like when you have a good crowd versus a bad crowd, because one of the observations I have made, and I think a lot of people have made, I don't think it's like a particularly unique one, but it's that when that arena gets real quiet and when something bad happens and the fans get into, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening mode, you will never be able to convince me that it doesn't permeate. And PA reiterated where he's like, no, you absolutely feel that on the bench and you feel it, like the added enthusiasm when a stadium is going crazy. I talked to Brandon Belt, former Blue Jay, before last season about what the vibes were like at the Rogers Center when things were going poorly at the end of the season. And he was like, he had retired at this point. And he went, yeah, there's just no hiding it. It affects you as a player. You feel it. You hear the things.
Sorry, can you carry on?
Yeah, no, you can jump in.
So I played college hockey in, we used to go on the road to Wisconsin. They have a 15,000 seat arena, the Kohl Center. And we were the 10 seed playing the 1 seed Wisconsin. And we didn't start to believe we could beat them. And you had to win 2 or 3 until their crowd shut down. And all of a sudden it was so different from every other game I'd played in there. And you could feel the fear. And it's like, oh, like, we got them. You go out with a little pop because you're like, they're afraid now. And it does. It gives life to the other team.
Yeah. I will go to my grave believing, if I remember this game, if the Leafs were to go on a run, right? If they actually were to hang a banner and break this curse, this drought, whatever. No, just hear me out. I will remember this game. I will. And I will remember this game as genuinely one where I thought that the fans were actually a part of the win. That the way that they reacted, the way that they stayed loud, the way that they were engaged, the chance that they had throughout it, the fact that they never went away when Florida was scoring goals, to me gave Toronto a lift and didn't take anything away from them. And they actually deserve credit tonight. I don't know if booze was cheaper. I don't know if what strategy worked.
You know what it was? They were slighted in the second period. The refs really, really pissed them off. And that got them really engaged. Like that the whole sequence where Holmberg gets blindsided. He does an insane flying dive. Like he got touched for sure, but it was an insane flying dive. He goes in. There's nothing that pisses off a fan base more than when the retaliation gets called. Like that's just triggering. Yeah. They're all on their feet. They're pissed off. Couple great kills. That gets everybody going. Goalies going. It gets them on the front foot. But they were good all night. So credit to the crowd. Crowd talk. The Mud Boys talking crowd.
The Mud Boys.
Well, it just there's zero question that that's the loudest that arena's ever been.
Yep.
I've gotten messages from multiple people, including my producer who produces Leafs games, and he's like, "Yeah, I've done them for 3 seasons. I've done a lot of these playoff games. It's the loudest it's ever been. Best vibes by far." It's like that was very apparent. And my hope is, because I'm a dreamer with the fan stuff, that performance bleeds into the feeling around the city now a little bit more, that you see a few more people out in merch, that you see more people packed into bars, that it gets a little rowdier after the games, I want it to be fun.
Here's what I'll say, man. Win on Friday night. And there's going to be some conversations had that night. Let me tell you.
Guess what?
The takes will be flying.
You and I will be out with the rest of the Mud Boys.
We'll be in the mud. Drinking mud.
Oh, yeah. Having a few pints of mud and firing some takes around if that was to be the case. Yeah. But God, are they ever in a great position?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
All good, bud.
Okay, beautiful. Again, you can subscribe to this podcast. Please do it. If you watched it on YouTube and you enjoyed it, please leave a thumbs up and a comment. You can reach out anytime. Again, Sammy and I are in the mud, so DMs are open at JD Bunkus, at Sam A. McKee. Borny, you can fire him his way. You just probably won't hear from him. But give him a follow anyways on Twitter and Instagram. He's the smartest of the three. We will see you. What day is it today? We'll see you Friday night. Yeah, we'll see you Friday night. See you then.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time...
Insider. I am Mike Guillaume. Welcome to Toronto Sports Insider. I am Mike Guillaume, starting up this new channel here on YouTube, Toronto Sports Insider. Thanks for joining me tonight on this game. Nick Nurse is all over the referee, just waiting to get tossed. He's just trying to get tossed. Back to bring you the Senators and the Maple Leafs, the third game, the rubber match. The Blue Jays are back. Shot and he scores! Shorthanded goal for the Leafs. I love it. I love it. Oh, passed out in front. Yes! Boom! Nylander with the goal out front. That's what I'm talking about right there. Glad to have you hanging out for TFC and Lyon, leg 2. All right, guys, we got a bunch of people hanging out in the chat. Say hi. To get a piece of it, fair ball down the right field line. That's going to score one.
Marner with a shot. Blocked, rebound in front. Jammed it, scores! Touchdown! Valdez-Scantling.
Pitches to George Springer, who jacks the ball to left field, way back, and gone.
A long lead pass for Matthews. Matthews is in alone. Scores! Holy Mackinac!
Are now 3 wins shy of the ultimate goal.
Hi, Vancouver, hi.
Thank you all so much. 25,000 subscribers. Thank you to each and every one of you who has made a difference in this campaign so far. This community is amazing. The work that we're doing with SickKids is amazing. Any little bit that you could do to help will show that this community can do big things together. We are just about to pass 44,000. Thank you so much. Cheers, insiders. Thank you all for helping us hit 50,000 subscribers. We donate a percentage of our revenue every single month to SickKids Hospital.
Now to Nylander, closing, score!
And Toronto snaps the 11-game losing streak.
Lots of time. All day. Way too much time. Fires end zone. Touchdown.
Here's Matthews with a step to the forehand. Score!
Marner scores! Mitch Marner!
Connor McDavid scores! Connor McDavid for Canada!
Florida Gators are the national champions. Changing the world, one insider at a time.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
New York Rangers legend and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to share what it was like to play in the 1994 finals with the New York Rangers, as well as ending the 54-year drought for the franchise and how that team represented what a hockey team is all about.
Well, look, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about 1994 as well. You mentioned Mike Keenan. We spoke with him in studio a couple of weeks ago. He still speaks so highly of you and of that run. So take us back to ending the 54-year drought. In Game 7, you get a power play goal. You shovel a puck underneath of Kirk McLean. Stands up as the game winner, as it turns out. So take us back to that hot, steamy night. What was it, June 14th of 1994 at the Garden in New York?
Just, you know, I guess just starting, going to the rink, trying to keep your same routine. Brian Leach and I would always drive together down through Times Square, down Broadway 7th Avenue to take a right-hand turn on 33rd Street. And you could feel things were different, even from the Upper West Side. Just the vibe and the energy of the whole city was just electrified. Getting down towards Madison Square Garden, seeing the crowd already starting to build, the police officers surrounding the garden. It was a carnival-like atmosphere. Obviously, we knew we were something on the cusp of doing something that hadn't been done in 54 years. The magnitude of it was palpable. I mean, the energy, just everything just seemed to be so electrified. You try to keep yourself in the moment. You try to stay with your routine. Obviously, there's much more at stake. And then, we found ourselves, much like we did in 87, up 3-1 in the series, losing to the fifth game, where it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that New York Rangers were finally going to win a Stanley Cup after 54 years, only to find ourselves, the party atmosphere got a little bit delayed and then had to go back to Vancouver, which again, we got trounced in Vancouver, just like we did in 87. And now we're coming home for Game 7. And the same thing happened. We felt good about our chances. We felt we were a better team than Vancouver. We felt that we should have wrapped up the series earlier against Vancouver, but that's the greatest thing about sports. You can think all you want, but the reality is they got a heartbeat over there too. They got pride over there too. They're there for a reason, because they're a great team. And here we are in Game 7 and happen to go out and execute a great game plan to beat a very hungry, very young, very physical, hard team to play against in Vancouver. And luckily for us,